excuse me, first topic is to approve it. So. Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
First.
Second.
Dale's second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Both same. So we'll go into, for your information. Stuff out there. Anybody have any questions on what's in there? That's the time.
Matt, if you would, and I don't need to do it tonight, but could you just go through the key indicator numbers and make sure they're all there?
Update that, Jeff, because we did notice that. If you update it now, the new one's accurate.
Okay, the budget was a full year instead of 1 month.
It should be,
It was updated. Yeah, I think, yeah.
So. Good point. And we pulled all our stuff forward from last year. Okay, we didn't get the formula exactly right. So when I updated, that one's accurate. The updated one, yeah. Okay, thank you. It should be out there.
Jeff, will you do that, hit that real quick, just to see, make sure that up.
Everybody can go ahead and do that because. Take a minute.
So when it updates, you don't get the little black cloud. You just get that if it's never been there before, correct?
If it's populating that piece, is when you.
Whatever that is.
Black cloud.
Blue arrow.
Black cloud.
From the cloud, but I think if it's already been there,
Then it just.
I think it just changed.
Thank you.
But don't quote me on that.
I don't know either.
Just for information purposes, what is philology, the Aruba switch, just out of curiosity? Am I saying that correctly? Philology, Aruba switches? There's,
Are you talking about the register?
yes, I'm sorry, on the check register.
What date is it?
There's several, I just haven't seen them on there before. I was just for information reasons. I just lost it. There's one on 111. There's a larger amount.
Get back to you.
There's a 16,000 amount on 118. I just was for information when you know what Aruba switches were.
I saw it on there too, and I sounds tropical. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
We've got a couple of checks to AMPP Construction
That's one for contractors,
for
the Sardinia line and our Van Dagger project.
check to United Supply for 36,000 special equipment. 1/6.
Yeah, it's transformers. United to be buy mainly, yes. They're transformers.
Anyone have anything else that they'd like to address?
Champions of sponsorship.
Big Brothers Big Sisters, new name.
I looked it up, Suzanne. Those switches are for server.
Oh, from in here.
Okay,
EIT.
thank you.
IT, yeah.
Yeah, on plan investments, it looks like he's purchased quite a bit on there.
You got your question answered, correct?
Yeah.
Any others? Jason, you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right, final call out. Any questions? Good. Okay, let's go to the next item, safety minutes. One moment.
All right, so our cool moment for the month was, we did a actual, I don't know what you call it, kind of a celebration type thing for 222. It was to try to get our members engaged. It actually went really well. So if you saw the post, it ended up being, we touched 2,316 people. And we asked them, tell us 2 things you love about your co-op and be entered to win. And so we had a huge, what do you call it? Response and reactions on this thing. I thought it was kind of cool. So I thought that was a cool moment. As far as the safety thing, well, I think we dodged maybe another bullet. We'll see here in a couple hours. But from an ICE standpoint, I always like to tell the members to make sure you report an outage. A lot of time, our system isn't automatically looking for things, right? So you do rely on those phone calls. So I always like to mention that. And then there's some winter storms up there. As you guys all know, ice and wind on lines don't mix real well. So if you see down power lines, don't touch them. So we get that ingrained in us. One other safety tip that I heard at IEC, Steve and I did it. They always talk about when you get out of your truck, and we always preach to our guys, have 3 points of contact, right? So one of your feet or 2 of your feet and one of your arms. And so Mary Jo's, the CEO over at Whitewater, gave an example. Her husband works for the city and he fell and cut his leg and he had 4 points of contact, both arms and 2 arms. And I think the point was he would have been hurt a lot worse if he wouldn't have had both his hands up there. So in icy conditions, especially for our guys, making sure you have that 3 point of contact, I think is important.
All right, we're ready for the meter pool discussion.
We are, and this is why Pat's with us tonight. So anyways, we wanted to start some discussion and get some guidance. And, Pat and I truly believe that we got to have everyone on board here because whatever we do with these meter pools, you folks will get calls. And so I want everybody to be on the same, we're all on the same team here. I want to have the exact same answers to our members, and I want to make sure that we're all on board with how we're approaching these meter pools because it truly is a legacy issue that there's not real good answers for it. There's not a real cut clean, here's what you go do. And that's what we plan to walk through here tonight. So number one, the polls where members are willing to spend a little bit of money on their equipment. In other words, build a meter pedestal. If they're willing to do that, and some of them will be, it's not a problem because basically what we can do is separate both the members' equipment and our equipment. You put on a meter pedestal, not a big deal. Those are the easy, and a lot of those are already taken care of because our guys will do those types of things. The ones that are going to be the tough ones are what we're going to get into here in a minute. So what we have heard from members and what we will hear from members is you're telling me I got to spend money when this is your poll and it's rejected. So it's your problem, not my problem. I'm not willing to do anything with that, right? That's where it becomes a problem. So and Pat's going to go through this here in a minute, but the root cause of this is we have a poll. We own the poll. There's a ton of member equipment on this poll, and they have to hire somebody to move their stuff. So essentially it'd be like if Suzanne owns the car, but I own the responsibility to change the tires. I got to get your permission and everything to get the tires changed. And then I get ready to change the tires. I said, Suzanne, I can't put these tires on until you fix all the struts. That's essentially what we got here, right? We have a pole with their equipment, our equipment, and we got to get it changed.
Excuse my ignorance, Brett, but their equipment that's attached to our pole, is that at their discretion? Is there an approval process? Can they just attached to our pole without our blessing, or do we have to give our blessing, or what's the protocols on that?
So this would have been, and we're going to dig into that in a minute. This would have been stuff that was attached to the pole that you need in order to get electric to the house. I'm not talking about like signs and stuff like that. I'm talking about like legit electric wires, breaker boxes. And again, Pat's going to give us an example here in a minute, but stuff that you need in order to get electric to your house. The problem is that some of this stuff is very, very old, and we're going to go into pull top switches and stuff like that here.
Stuff that the homeowner needs to get electricity.
Correct, on their side. Because so we own to the meter, bottom side of the meter out, they own. And there's a lot of equipment that could come out of the bottom side of that meter. All we own is the meter base, or actually just the meter, top side of it.
Let me correct you for just a second on that, Brett. Anything that's overhead, fed overhead triplex, whether it's to a house or a meter pole, the common point of coupling is at the weatherhead. So when I go through some of these pictures and I got stuff color coded, but on anything overhead, the common point of coupling is at the weatherhead, whether it's a house or a pole. When it's underground, the common point of coupling is the top side of the meter. That's where we serve to, is the top side of the meter. I just want to specify that.
Is that for everyone regardless of how long it's been there?
Yes.
Okay.
So again, the main problem here is you have a pole with member equipment, our equipment. How do we get that pole changed if they're going to have to spend some money on their side? So when it comes down to that problem, the simple solution that kind of works for everything is you either separate the member equipment and our equipment, right? So that you don't, because what I don't want to do is solve this problem and then we have an issue. You know, if we can come in and replace the pole and just replace it like for like, and then we have that issue in 40 years from now. If we're going to solve this meter pole problem, I want to solve it so we don't have a meter pole problem anymore. And so we're not setting ourselves up. So the only way to do that, if the problem statement is we have member equipment, REMC equipment on a pole that we own, you either do one of two things. You either separate the two, right? So that there's a physical separation between member and our stuff, or you switch the ownership of that pole. And now the member owns that meter pole. We don't. All we own is the meter on it. So those are kind of your solutions that you really have. So what I wanted to talk to you about, and I'm going to let Pat get his charts here in a minute and show you, because it can get very, very complicated. In fact, Pat and I have been working on this for, I won't say months, with the guys in the back. And every time you come up with a solution, there's like, okay, this scenario is not going to work. This scenario is not going to work. I think we've landed on some things that are going to work, but it is going to be like a job shop, right? I mean, every single place you go to is a different setup. But I do want to have discussion tonight once Pat goes through his spiel here in a minute on pull top switches with you all, contractor help, and then payment arrangements. Those are the three things that I don't know that I need action tonight. I just want to really get going on having some discussion. Sure. So Pat, you want to pull up the. I'll help you.
Tested earlier.
I didn't know what those was earlier, so I messed up. They may be.
Oh, that's what I mean. Can everybody see that okay before I get started? Everybody good?
How did you get your lines so straight, Pat?
Well, I want to say that my daughter didn't get accepted to Harris School of Art. Probably not for me, but I did my best. I used a 2x4 and a yard stick. So anyway, what I want to cover today a little bit, and I'll kind of explain what the drawings mean and what the colors represent. Anything that I have labeled or colored in blue is owned by the REMC. Anything that's colored in red is member-owned equipment. When I go for your Steve. Oh, I'm sorry. And Jason, I'm sorry you're not able to see this as well. Yes, that on the video. Correct.
Yeah. We won't be able to get it on there.
So I left the pole black just to differentiate the colors and make some things stand out a little bit. So when we look at this one, this is about as simple and easy as we're going to get when it comes to meter poles. As a lineman, if you ask me change out meter poles, I'd love to change these out all day long. If all of our meter poles were like this, we wouldn't have a meter pole issue. And most co-ops around us, co-ops over the nation who are dealing with meter pole issues, wouldn't have a problem. So none of these are exaggerated. I actually presented to my guys this morning, the whole operations department, sparked some good discussion this morning as well. And none of these pictures I will show are exaggerated. We have that on our system. So the next picture I will show Now, mind you, not every single pole like this is on our system, but they do exist.
I can be your Van White.
That's quite all right. So as you see here, once again, all the REMC owns currently is the pole, the triplex that feeds it, coming down into a weatherhead or PVC that the member actually owns. Member common point of coupling is at the weatherhead. Comes down to this meter base. Member owns that meter base. We give it to them, but they own it. Meter base here, once we get there, comes down through here. Now that's the member's breaker. We've got underground going someplace, then it's a farm place, then it's going to a pen, or it's going to another building. Got another underground, maybe feeding the house. We've got an electrical outlet that he decided to put out of that breaker panel. That's all the member stuff. Now, these lines I try to make as clear as possible, just make it bounce and stand out a little bit, but most of this equipment is from the 1960s, 70s, maybe early 80s. So the issues that myself and my guys run into out there trying to change these things out, I'm sorry, I keep standing in the way, is meter base normally a big deal. You get into this breaker panel and you've got wires going everywhere. In order to get this breaker panel released from this pole or the plywood that it's attached to, you usually got 4 screws you got to get to. So in order to get to those, sometimes you got to take a screwdriver or a socket and loosen up their connections and the terminals that haven't been touched since 1970. Yeah. So once we do that, if that breaks, we don't have that equipment on our trucks to fix anything. If we try to attempt to do this without an electrician, we don't carry that. That member is out of power, whatever that's circuit, and it's unsafe to even re-energize. So that's the liability that we run into. Another one on this I'll go to mention is weatherproof. Triplex, replace weatherproof. This was back in pre-Vietnam. It used to have a coating on it. It's been out there forever. We've got it on certain parts of certain poles on our system. It's member equipment. We don't own it whatsoever. But some of the dangers that say this could have is that's been out there that long. And it ran through a tree at one point in time. And it rubbed on it. Or it got hit by lightning at one point in time. And it's weakened. The REMC comes in there, moving member-owned equipment, replaces that pole, tries to reattach this, which the way they installed it back in the day is not conducive for replacing. You're trying to move from one pole to the new pole. We get it up there, 2 weeks later, that weak spot decides to fail. It's laying on the ground energized. Especially on a pole top switch, and I'll show that in a little bit. But on a breaker, if this breaker is working properly, it should open that breaker. But that's not always the case. On a pole top switch, I'll show you why that's not the case sometimes. Well, Johnny goes out there, touches that wire, gets shot, gets hurt, gets killed. Who knows? All we know is that 2 weeks ago, the REMC just changed that pole. And they reattached every single wire that's on there. Who's going to be liable? I believe us.
So again, Pat, I'll ask the question. In that diagram there, below the meter, all of the homeowners' equipment that's attached to our pole, was there an approval process for them that they went through to be able to attach it, or did they just have carte blanche to be able to?
It's just like anything else. If you look at this pole as a house, it's no different. You can attach it. They can come out of their breaker panel with whatever they want to put in. Whatever that electrician wants to come out of their breaker panel and put in, whatever they want.
So once it's below the meter, it's.
Yeah, that's their side.
We do ends at the blue where it goes from blue to red.
Right, yeah, that's what I just wanted to make sure that's what I thought.
Now, if they're doing the right thing and getting things inspected, and but there's really not an inspection process when it comes to just adding something off your service. If you're replacing a breaker or replacing a meter base, it usually requires an inspection from the county.
50 years ago, I think like the same as it is today.
But they are attaching to our pole.
But in some cases, Dale, they have to, right? In order to get electricity to their house, they'll have to.
And like we were saying earlier, there's probably plenty members out there that have this set up, and they'll be more willing to work with us and help us try to get this taken care of. But I'm going to go ahead and move on to this. Since I got another busy pole, and I'll kind of want to explain the whole process of what I was trying to say with the weatherproof or any of these wires that would fall. So the difference between a pole top switch and regular metering, pole top switches probably came out back in the fuse days, probably before breaker panels. Because if you're going to build one today on a pole, it looked like the one I just showed you, where you have the ability to go into your breaker panel, shut off what you want to shut off. What this gives you the ability, the member the ability to, is we come in here and we feed to the switch, which we own. It has a set of CTs in there, which reduces the current or measurements down to this meter. But this switch here gives the ability, there's a set of spades in there that when they pull this switch down, it releases. And so this is de-energized. Everything they have is de-energized. So they don't have to call us to disconnect them. They can pull that switch down, work on themselves. Now, mind you, them switches were probably put in the 50s, maybe 60s at the latest. The company that makes those switches no longer exists. We have no way to order parts to fix them. At best, all we can ever do is conjure up to try to help get this here and maybe move those up every once in a while. Brett's going to talk on it later on as far as we talk about pull top switches and what we'd like to do with them. Since I started in 03, there hasn't been a meter pole that I've changed out that had a pull top switch on it that I relocated to the new pole. It's not a good idea. Most of them are orange in color because they've rusted beyond belief. Some of them don't have the bottoms to them anymore. Some of them don't have the lids. Some of them, that's birds love them. They nest in there year round. They're just not a bad setup. They're just not a good setup, sorry. But how this works, when I was talking about the weatherproof here, or any of these wires, there is no fusing on a pull top switch. Not a fused one. If something happens here and it goes in and it hits the ground and it tries to fault, it's just going to sit there and burn. Because the only fuse that's protecting any of this is a transformer fuse. And transformer fuses don't like to blow very, very often at all. Usually it's a squirrel that makes them blow our tube. But, we've had our underground services that'll go bad. The only way we find out we have bad underground is because they call and say they have low voltage, partial power. It never blows that fuse. That thing burns into right in soil and never blows the fuse whatsoever. So, but that is a practice that was used, and what replaces this would be a transfer switch. And the idea behind that is we sell that transfer switch to the member for $1. The sole purpose for selling for $1 is to motivate them to get rid of this switch. That mounts down at the bottom. And if we went to a pole and we wanted to do that again, you'd mount this switch here, all these undergrounds would come up here. Member would have to run another underground up here to catch all their overheads. So there's not a scenario that's here as far as making a fix and fixing the problem. That's not going to cost the member money. Unfortunately, there's not a single scenario that the member's not going to have to open up a wallet, except for maybe those which are already done. As long as that equipment was good and our guys are not worried about breaking. But anyway, I just wanted the high points on that as far as kind of what we see out there. I'm going to go through some of the scenarios as far as how we can trying to conjure up some ideas on what we can do to try to help separate ourselves member to REMC as best as possible.
And so Pat and I have been working on I want to solve this, and I don't want anyone 20 years from now, whenever that pole goes bad again, to deal with it. We want to get out. Our mission statement on this project from the very beginning has been, we want to get out of the meter pole business, right? Because it's not a good idea to have a pole with member equipment, our equipment, and then we have to come in and say, you're gonna have to spend some money because we got to change this. So that's the whole idea here is these solutions. And again, there's probably a lot of scenarios that we haven't even thought of, but we've got a flow chart that's kind of laid out the ones that we can at least think of, or the ones that we've got our hands on. And so that's what he's going to kind of go through here, is to show you. And not all the scenarios he's going to show you will actually work for everyone that looks like that either.
A lot of it depends on ground condition, ground terrain. We've got meter poles that are sitting, leaning, literally 2 inches away from the backside of a trailer, and there's an addition built on, and it's right now. You got stuff, where can we set a pole next to it and try to leave? Well, there was nothing. Right next to it's a freaking, on the other side of it, less than 2 foot away is a building. So, there's barriers. I'm certain that we can overcome about anything we need to get them done. But these are some of the ideas. So when I show you this picture, this is what's currently there. That's what I want you guys to visualize and see what's currently there. We just did this the other day. This is one option. There are times where if it's close enough, if the distance from the transformer to the existing meter pole is not that far, actually burying underground instead of replacing that pole is actually cheaper on the RMC. So if that's an option, we'll take that option. That's what we did on this one. We just did it the other day. Their equipment was mounted vertical. We said you can actually just go buy a 6x6 if you'd like. We'll get that pole taken out. Do that. Need a couple of those back. Stickies just aren't there sticky. We didn't have an electrician. Their equipment was good enough that we felt we could move it. So we went ahead and did that. Didn't have to bother having to coordinate it. The property owner knew we were doing it, but that's about as far as it went. It used to come in overhead. We decided to bury it. It was in top side meter base. It goes out theirs. They own this now. That underground already fit. So those are the ones we like. I drew another one. I drew a couple of different ones. We're feeding in, coming down. They've got an underground coming up, or not an underground. They got an overhead that they come up and feed out to their house or whatever. They've got an RENC security light on there. That's when things start getting a little interesting, when we start proposing what are we going to do in certain situations once we have other equipment on here that our guys are required to climb sometimes on these poles to fix these lights. If we end up having a member on the pole, then they're not going to be inspected. So in order for our guys to be climbing them, they have to be inspected. They have to know if they're good or bad or whatnot. So the proposal on that, so if you're going to take a hard look at that one again, would be, since they have a security light and they still want to have a security light, we're going to come in, and this is going to be an REMC pole. We're going to own that. It doesn't have any member equipment on it. We're going to what we call a lift pole / security light pole. We'll come in here, feed down. On this one, it just made sense for whatever reason. We're going to use underground. We're going to come over, we're going to come feed into the top side of their meter base. This hasn't been discussed, but this is exactly where that old meter pole was. I don't think I'm just going to say it. I don't think it'd be a good idea for us to say, yeah, your meter pole's rejected, it's junk, and now you own it, So I'm hoping we can come up with something to where we can provide them with a good pole moving forward, and then they own that pole. Have that change of ownership. And that can be taken care of, and we're good to go. Maybe no different than any other thing. What I like to say here is picture a house. We come in, we attach to people's homes that have meter bases on them. We don't own the home. It's no different on a pole. My home. So obviously, it's the same setup, but we didn't go underground, we went over it. More than likely, if that can happen, that's going to be a lot cheaper. As long as it makes sense to do that, we'll do that. The relationship between the distance of these poles is going to vary a ton. I just got to keep on the same page. There's another one. We've got overhead. We've also got an underground. No security light. Here's our scenario. Same thing. Come in, hit, overhead, go underground, come up. Actually, I need to see if this is okay, if it's legal. I think it'd be legal, just because of the principles I talked about as far as pole top switches. The distance between the meter base and a breaker panel, I probably want to get some discussion between the county inspectors and, the NESC codes and whatnot, and make sure that's a viable option. But the only thing that we would have on this pole would be the meter base they own, our meter, and then their conduit. The day comes where we got to change that out. That's simple. That's easy. We want to try to set ourselves up for simple and easy in the future, so we're not having this problem. So that's a solution for there. I showed that picture earlier. That was just that busy pole. But that's how we'd set them up today. And then this is breakers. So they can shut off each individual one, whichever one they want to work off out of that breaker picture. So this is just a simplistic pole top switch. One of my guys says, there's never a pole top switch that just has one member's wire on it. I said, I know, I just want to do something simple. But anyway, just to keep it in simple forms, because I know that other one I show is pretty busy. So like I said, come in and we hit the bottom side of the switch, then there's lugs that come out. That's connected to, well, ours go to the top side, but then the bottom side, ours go to the bottom side, theirs come out of the top side. So they can kill that, pull that lever down, that's dead. They can work on whatever they want. Here's another option actually to replace this. It's called CT metering. Same principle as what we had on the pole top switch, but let's just say a member doesn't really want the pole top switch anymore. They have no use for it. You know, that they bought the place, it's not even a farm anymore, but it used to be a farm. They're just a young starting family. Congratulations, you got a bad pole in your yard. You got to do something here. They don't want to do that, and they don't want to have a regular meter base or all that other stuff. And this is probably the cheapest option for them. We get that pole replaced. They own that pole. What we do here is we got a transformer here. This is our 7,200 volt line coming into this transfer on this pole. Feeds 12240 out of here, goes through the CT, just like what's inside that pole top switch, and breaks that voltage down. Our common coupling point is right here. The member would own this all the way through. We've got a place on our system where actually we, instead of here, we actually have it here. So this would actually be our wire, but either way, depends on the situation of what we'd rather do and what makes sense at that particular situation, that's particular site. There's the busy pole top switch. Once again, so if anybody has any questions on going on, feel free to ask them. So I went ahead and I drew out a situation of how we could put this bird's nest. Fall over. So if we want to try to keep that in our heads a little bit, what we have going on here is, once again, we would provide them hopefully with the new pole where the old pole opens. Because that's where they're older. Well, actually, I'm sorry. We would actually want that pole here, which is, you know, but this, I wanted to get the basic and separate it. But anyhow, we would come in, hit a pole here, which is our pole. It's just a lift pole, nothing more than a lift pole. Our equipment only on it. Comes up. This is what we call a pedestal. If somebody wants to know what a pedestal is. Basically, it's 4x4s with 2x8s or 10s that span that. We would come into the meter base here. That's our only equipment. They come into the transfer switch. Once again, there is no fusing, but that still exists. That's the switch we sell for $1. They hit all them undergrounds. They have another underground that they add into it. Goes up their pole. They catch all their overheads, which they serve everything needs to serve it for. We've got clear separation. The day that this pole goes bad, unfortunately, they're going to call us because the IOUs of the world won't sell poles. The only place you can buy a pole and have one set is through the REMC. We're the only ones around that still do it. Can't go to Tops and buy a pole. We're in. We do offer that service at a charge, obviously, but so I mean, I think that's a heck of a lot better scenario than what we have there. So that's actually all the drawings I've got, but I just wanted to make sure it was clear that, you know, because I don't know what everybody pictures when they think of a meter pole. Right. My guys are pretty adamant and they're like, show them that one, show them that one. I said, well, I want to keep these things color separated just to get the visual to where we can actually see what the REMC actually owns and what the member owns when we talk about member equipment. And I mean, we've got pictures of some poles, but we're more than willing to show them and show some of the old equipment that's currently there. If anybody wants to see them, I can bring it on the screen, but that's kind of what we're up against.
So I'm gonna walk them through the barriers and kind of have that discussion. So again, if you saw his solutions up there, what we're trying to do is one of two things, high level, really. Separate the two pieces, right? Member equipment's over here, our equipment's over here, so we don't have to deal with it in the future. Next thing is either if that doesn't work, then you do this ownership transfer thing, which we're gonna talk about here in a minute. So the first discussion that I wanted to have, and I'm just looking for some guidance, or if you all agree to this, and we can always redline it, bring it back. Our rules and regs are it's a contract with our members. So essentially, that is the contract with the member. So what we're suggesting is that we put in our rules and regs that we no longer, and like Pat said, we don't transfer those pull top switches anymore. That's one of the reasons that we still have all these out there. So what we're recommending is let's not allow pull top switches. So and we put this in the rules and regs, obviously with some legal jargon, but basically saying once your meter pull goes through a rejection, you are no longer allowed to have that pull top switch.
We will not transfer.
We will not transfer that pull top switch, which means they're going to have to do something, right? They're going to have to spend some money. So that's the first thing I wanted to get everyone's opinion on is that something that the board would support? Again, it's really just updating the rules and regs to no longer allow and then, again, I don't know what the wording is going to look like, but essentially.
It's what we've been doing that's been our standard operating procedure. We don't have anything documented saying that. It's where we're at.
But you haven't been replacing.
No, we've
Like years.
I, as a lineman for 15 years, and I've changed out many of those poles. A ton of, I've never once took a pole top switch and moved it to another pole. I don't know why I never want to do that.
But we know we've got some of these meter poles out there and we know they've got pull top switches. And so some of those member won't have a problem spending some money because they know it's in bad shape. Some of those though, you will have members that are going to say, that's your junk, you replace it. And it's not, again, it's not our equipment. So this is a big one of like, how do we get around? So ideally what you would do for pull top switches, you'd go to the newest technology, which is get rid of the pull top switch, have an electrician come in and wire up what we call a transfer switch, which we sell for $1, or they can get like a breaker panel that gets put at the base of what would be their pole or on a meter base. That's what they would have to do in a pull top switch situation. And again, we've had members in the past that, once we talk to them and say, hey, this thing it's not going to work. It's unsafe. There's no parts for them. No problem. I'll hire an electrician and we'll get that done. So anyways, I'll just open it up.
What's the number of meter poles we're talking about?
Right now, we've got about just shy of 100.
96 or something like that, right?
Yeah. But as far as on the entire system, hundreds.
Hundreds.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. As far as meter poles, every trailer that's on our system would be certified meter pole. A lot of farms have the pole top switches.
Just to give me a sense of the hundreds we have, if you divide them into 3 categories, simple, moderate, and very complex,
Simple.
what's the percentage breakdown?
As far as what we have currently rejected.
Yeah, I mean, is it a third, or
Every
weighted?
When I talk about what we have rejected currently, when I'll say about 100 whatever, not more than 120, but less than that. I will say they fall in a couple, 3 categories. They got a pull top switch, or they've got member equipment on it, a bunch of member equipment on it, or equipment that my lead linemen are like, I'm not touching it. For the very reasons why I said it's going to break and it's going to go bad. The other
Of
ones,
those, Pat, we're skewed to the more complex side. We're not.
and then there's also some poles that are so complex that if the conditions are perfect, we can actually get a truck to that pole to be able to change it, but we've got to time it just perfectly. I mean, we've got meter poles in cow lots. I mean, not lying. We've got meter poles in cow lots. We've got meter poles that there's like 8, 9 trees, so you can barely even see the meter pole from the vantage point that you're looking at. How are you going to get a truck back in there to do that? So those are the ones that, if we could try to figure out what's our best way to fix the situation. Not just fix the liability, fix that problem. What can we do to fix the situation to piggyback on what Brett's saying? So we don't, 40 years from now, or who knows, if a tree comes down and breaks that new pole, it's only been there 10 years, we're going to have to go do this again.
Is there any way to estimate the approximate cost for the homeowner?
It would vary as far as.
What's the range?
Honestly, it would vary on how much equipment that member has on the pole and the condition of the equipment.
Give me best case scenario, worst case scenario. I'm just trying to get a sense for what kind of dollars we're talking about.
I don't have a number because I've
I'm
never seen an invoice from the electrician. So I really can't come up.
Probably about anywhere between 400 or 500 to 1,000. I would suggest would be typical.
So even if you say 500 to 1,500, that's a reasonable range.
The thing you'll run into though, I actually was one of the squiggly, the dirty poles until I replaced it a few years ago. When you go out there and do it though, as a homeowner, in my case, it was like, all right, this is bad. I need to fix this. Well, at that time I went ahead and buried everything. So you're looking at a lot bigger cost there. If you're going to do it all at once to fix the problem permanently on both things, it's more expensive.
I'm proposing that whenever we come out here, if we got a 2-pole solution to get rid of that one bad pole, I would like to see us provide both poles. We don't leave them inheriting a pole that used to be ours. Because remember, we're actually trying to get out of the meter pole business where we don't own those. I mean, there's some co-ops around that I know of that they'll build it back exactly how it is, as long as there's not a security light on it. And once that's built, there's an agreement, there's a change of ownership right when it's built, that you now own it. It's not ours.
But what we don't want to do is okay, the member agrees that they're going to hire an electrician and they're just going to transfer it to our new meter pole. We have the same situation 40 years from now. That's what we don't want to do.
Therein lies the segregation becomes the
Yes.
key element.
You either got to segregate it or you got to do a transfer of ownership. And Pat's right. If we're going to do a transfer of ownership, we can't give them a rejected pole.
So step by step, who determines they're rejected?
Uh,
In our REMC?
We have them inspected by a contracting firm.
You just randomly go out there as if a member calls in and says something.
No. So it's done on circuit. So every circuit we have it's a 9-year rotation. Every circuit.
Now it's gonna be 5 years. That was.
Yeah, it's 5 years. But so every 5 years they go out and ultrasonic test.
Another company, like a third party.
Yeah, American Energy Services is who we use.
Okay.
They use ultrasonic and drill.
And then how much per year is, where is that in the budget that we budget for me to the reject poles to replace?
Well, we won't know as far as what we currently have.
Budget any money every year for that?
Well, if we get to the point where we get all these taken care of, we won't know how many we got. Normally it's 10 to about 15. Like last year, I think we had 11 meter poles that actually got rejected from the last list of what we got.
So how many, just a ballpark, how many rejected poles last year got fixed?
Of meter poles,
Mhm.
maybe a handful. As far as that's on that big list. I mean, I had one of my crews go out and actually take pictures of all these poles and identify where they're at, and some of them they can't even identify. They don't even know where the heck they're at. So there's some out there actually we're gonna be able to solve them pretty quick if the member says, we don't even need it anymore. It's been disconnected.
So is it very seldom that a member calls and said, hey, my pole doesn't, something's going on with my pole, can somebody out and inspect it? Does that ever happen?
We get those occasionally where we'll say my pole's leaning or my pole has, it looks bad up top. I mean, we get those calls and we send people out. I mean, but it's the testing that they do is a sonic testing. They do a visual, they do a sonic. Some companies, if you want to pay the money, they'll actually dig up at least 6 inches below the surface and do certain testing there, because that's normally where everything, if it's going to rot, it's usually right at that ground surface. But the package you get is what you pay for. So.
Members all know that that pole is ours, correct?
I would say
They don't.
they don't.
I wouldn't think so. Somebody buys a home, your electric's coming in on REMC poles. New homeowner,
I've always understood that they were. So it's anytime anything's been attached to the pole, knowing that one of these days I'm gonna have to incur the cost if that pole goes bad.
I'd say to answer your question, there's probably some on both sides. Some probably think it's theirs and some don't. We know, I mean, we just dealt, so this person's related to 2 employees within, our 4 walls here. And when they called in and said they needed this meter pole replaced, it was like, we were going through this same scenario and their comment was, I'm not spending money to replace your pole. So, I mean, I would suggest that there's probably people that understand that it is theirs as far as the equipment on it. And I think that there's probably cases where they don't really realize any of it's theirs.
probably cases they don't care as long as the electric gets turned on in the house.
Right. And I'll share a story that I plan on sharing.
To be fair,
I'll put it out there. I'm not gonna say member's name or anything. I'll just say on our system, there's a pole that it's a pole top switch, and it's a pole that we dropped off June 7th, 2017. And that pole was dropped off because that person was supposed to get their pole hardware to replace the rejected pole that's in that yard. It's been sitting out there still since 2017. I've called the man. I've actually visited him. And I said, we probably need to get on this sometime soon. I said, because this is the scenario that's going to happen. We get a big windstorm come through here and that pole top switch falls down. You're going to call us. We're going to come out. We're going to disconnect the power. And we're going to say, well, we're going to have to drop you off the pole. You're going to say, well, I actually have that one right over there that you dropped off in 2017 that's laying next to the building. And we're going to say, all right, you need to get a hold of an electrician, or if you determine what type of setup you want. I know that you got a pole top switch. So if you want to do the transfer switch, we'll sell it to you for $1. But from the time that we disconnected that service, or when that fell down and the power went out there, to the time that they actually get that pole hardwared and we can get out there, set that pole and have their electrician or us, if we feel comfortable doing it, wire everything back up together. From that point to that point, they're out of power. There's nothing we can do.
Fear of when you go in a rejected pole. You talk to them. The pole's rejected, gotta replace it. Your equipment's on here. We're responsible for this. You've got X number of days to get this figured out, who's gonna be in here, and we're gonna come in here and change it. To me, it's very simple. This is simple. Here's what we're doing. There's no option.
But if they say, I'm not spending any money,
Tough. Then I don't know what to tell you about your electric.
The risk of their outages, the time frame they're on outages.
Your risk of the outage. We're replacing the pole. Now, what you do with your stuff, because we're gonna come in from here to
but
here.
we can't, that's the problem though. I can't replace that pole because of all their stuff on it.
Then you got X amount of days to get this taken care of. We're gonna set it up with an electrician, however to do this. If it ain't done by then, I don't know what to tell you. We're cutting the electric off here. We're gonna set up the pole and then you're responsible from there on out.
And so the main thing with that would be you would have to, and by the way, part of that is in our plan. But you're gonna have to have all the legal stuff in place there, or you're gonna get sued because we have an obligation to serve. It's no different than, I can't cut your power off because I don't like you, right?
No, it
doesn't work.
But this is it. We offer power here. This is the way it's been for umpteen years. We got to here, the pole's junk. If it comes down and now I got a liability, if it falls on you, the house, the car, whatever, we're not taking that liability. So we're putting a new pole in. This ain't in debate. You got this much time to get this taken care of and we're going to put things back up. When does that come into play? From a legal standpoint, holy.
I would like,
We're gonna have to do that on some certain cases. There's no doubt about it that there are gonna be, I mean, there are people that can't put food on their table, right?
I get
They're
it.
not gonna be able to do any work on their side. So there are gonna be instances, and that's where this transfer of ownership comes in, which when we met with legal on this thing, all you gotta do, let's say they don't wanna do anything. And so what we would do is we could come in, put a pole next, basically close to it, secure our secondary to it, loop from our pole over to their meter pole, have them you have to do a document, transfer of ownership. We take our tag off their old meter pole. Now they own that pole and that liability, essentially, right? Through a transfer of ownership documentation. Now, if they say, I'm not gonna sign that, then that's the point in time when you would send them the certified letter that basically said, you got 60 days to sign it, either spend the money to have that done or to sign the transfer of ownership. So I feel like that relieves us of the liability.
We're not denying them electric. They're denying themselves of it at that point in time.
But does that work in the court of law?
Do you think just the communication of fear of the long-term outage they'll have if something goes out, just that communication would be a first step?
Some.
I mean, has that been communicated to these people?
So we were.
my reference has been living on borrowed time for five years.
So we were going to send letters like last year, we were going to send letters to all of them and say, hey, here's what's going on. You need to get a hold of us. And legal kind of said, you need to shy away from, you guys need a plan. You need to tell them, what are we going to sell? What are we going to tell them when they call in here? We got to have a plan, right? We got to tell them, here's your options. Here's what you got to do. And that's what we're trying to come up with. And I think we've got a decent plan, but we're going to need some help from you guys on. So the pull top switches, again, and the R&R, I think we need to put in there that we're no longer going to allow those on our system. So to your case, that gives us
We don't have an option. It's coming down because they're obsolete. I can't even fix them.
And it is our equipment, so we have that right.
Yeah, so that's when, to me,
But
we're done.
But that's got to go into there's got to be something legally that allows you to say, I'm not providing you electric anymore. You know what I'm saying? So if we put that in the rules and reg, that's our contract legally with them. So now we can say, you no longer are going to get electricity because this is in our rules and reg, which you signed the contract being a new member that says you're going to follow the rules and regs and they will change from time to time. Now we've got the legal thing. If we get sued, we'll win. So that's the first one. The second one was this whole payment arrangement thing, so let's say we have someone that says, yeah, I understand it needs to be done. I just don't have the money to do it. would you guys be entertain us doing some type of payment arrangement? So in other words, let's just say it's a year, right? So it's $1,000. We'll spread that cost over a year. And we'll put it on your bill and you pay for it over time. Actually, I would say 2 years, but that's up to you guys for discussion. If they don't have an electrician and we're going to end up paying for it, then we'll bid it out, to 3 or 4 electricians, and we can coordinate with the electrician. We get the bill, we pay the bill, and then we put it on their bill for the time frame it takes. And Crystal said that would be, Crystal's online too, but she said that wouldn't be a problem on the bill. Yeah,
Okay, what do you do when they move in a year's time?
good question.
I guess it'd be anything, just no different than, what they owe us on over bills,
Hey, Crystal.
Yes.
Hey, is there anything we could do from a standpoint of, or is it just you lose that money? Let's say we do a payment arrangement for someone over, let's just say 12 months and they move. Could that follow them?
Property and not the owner.
My guess is you're going to lose.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, if that account was final out, we would just bill them the lump sum of what it was left, and then they would get that on their final bill. And then if for some reason they did not pay it, then it would just go to the collection process like everybody else.
Then you may not get paid.
Can you put that as a mechanics lien on there? Since you're hiring somebody to fix their property.
Possibly. We could,
I would think you would. The downside that I see to that is mechanics lien attaches to that property and you technically you want the person, not the mechanic.
we can look into that. Our main thing here is do you agree that we could do some type of payment arrangement, and what time frame do you think? And we can look at all kinds of different ways to try to ensure that we get that paid. But I do think, and there will be some cases where you probably just lose it. I mean, there was another idea I put on there that you could subsidize this, but I think that's going to create a huge problem for people that have already paid their way. Yeah.
there's going to be certain situations, I want to clarify that, where there is going to be an easy fix, but there's going to be certain situations where, as the REMC, we're going to benefit as far as access to this, that, and the other, where we may end up spending a little money on our end to make that place more accessible and be able to be maintained for us. Because that's one of the biggest, not fears, but realities, that when the perception of when you do one thing for one place, for one person, then that doesn't get done exactly what this person got, and trying to explain that. And sometimes you have to document it and be prepared for that explanation. But there are going to be places where we have a chance to improve something to where we don't have to live with something that's in a bad spot or whatever. I think we should.
Yeah.
For example, if you move the meter pole next to the driveway versus out in the middle of nowhere.
Or Clay, back to your point though. So if someone has a meter, the difference between, that's why we want to get these things in the rules and regs, because now we have a legal out in order to say, this is an unsafe condition. So we're going to cut your power until you do something. An actual disconnect. So that's the important piece on the pull top switch. If they don't have a pull top switch and it's still, I think there's workarounds for everything other than a pull top switch that we can actually get something done. The only other way would be is if they didn't have a pull top switch, they didn't agree to doing anything, we would come in, put a pole next to it to keep our stuff up. We would transfer the ownership of the meter pole. If they didn't agree to transfer the ownership at that point, we'd be able to send a certified letter basically stating your power will go off unless you basically sign this.
Sorry,
No.
the 100 or whatever 97 is, how many people have been in contact?
We don't want to contact them until we know what the option. That's the problem.
We really don't even know if there is.
We know that there are folks that aren't going to. We do know that.
Yes.
I mean, we've had some instances where we know it was rejected. We went out and talked to them. And they basically told us that that's your stuff, not mine. We're like, no, that's not the case. But to answer, I don't know that we know what the breakout is of how many and how many. But again, legally, the advice was you kind of need to know what to tell them to do, right? We can send the letters and then they just call in here and say, okay, what are my options? You got to have those options. And we're real close to having that.
So if we encourage underground, can we consider that system upgrades?
Yes,
And we eat the cost?
correct.
Yeah, that's the scenario.
The more we can put underground, the better.
If it makes sense there, absolutely.
The one we did for you, that was a no-brainer,
That's ideal.
right? Because you get rid of the meter pool, essentially. So as long as you can justify going from that transformer underground, if it's overhead today and we're going to go underground, yeah, but you got rid of an entire meter pool. So the cost difference there is a no-brainer.
That will be a savings.
Correct. Oh, it's huge.
That's what I'm saying. So I really think we can encourage underground on a huge percentage of these.
I hope.
And eat some of the cost, not subsidized, but it's cheaper. It's cheaper and it saves us outages.
Yeah, that is going to be our first approach. I mean, if we go to a standpoint where, I mean, if we go in and just like he showed on there, or like at your parents' house, that made sense, right? But there are locations where it's not possible.
But none of your drawings had underground involved in them, right?
They did.
They did? I'm sorry.
I had one, just.
Because it's underground, that's,
So what I'm saying, do away with both poles.
Do it for.
Well,
Both
if
poles. Where we're looking at putting 2 poles in.
if they have overhead service, if they have an overhead service, then we don't.
So let's say that,
Need a pole.
No, but it's going to be cheaper. You're now looking at replacing 2 poles. So you can double what you're going to spend underground.
But how, I guess my question is that the member owned equipment that they own, that's overhead, their overhead wires that they own, how would that be sorted? That's what I'm saying.
Like it did at mine. You move the meter to the building.
no, let's say yours, let's say there's 4 wires fed from that overhead, because yours was simple, right? It was basically underground to the house. Let's say that at the top. Let's say at the top, there's wires.
So my dad and I put in my house, I had, that's what I'm saying. You got the guy there doing the trenching and you got the electric, you're going to have to treat each one separate is what you're going to have
That's
to
the
do.
problem.
So it's just each one is a separate work order. So then you go out and engineer, give the member what options they can have and then let them choose. But it might be much cheaper. Again, you got the guy there trenching, he can give them a break on putting everything underground.
No, I don't have to be coordinated with that.
But each one has to be an individual work order to make this successful, both the member and us.
We have to do that regardless.
So generate 96 work orders and then start engineering, what's it going to take for each one? And give the member options, because now we've made changes. We will go one span underground for free. We will give the member credit for any of the costs that we don't have to replace. I mean, there's 2 new options that the members don't even know about.
We would offer that to them, but I'm
Yeah,
just.
but we need to tell the members it's an option.
This is something the communication.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And again, that's the plan is every single one of these is different. You're exactly right. And all these options that he showed you. And when it comes down into it, what we're trying to do is separate, right? Separate the 2.
But is it to a point where you contact them? Here's what your options are. If they're going, okay, whatever it takes, let me know.
That'd be great.
That's simple.
That would be great. Yeah.
But if
then
they,
take care of those.
the one's going, I don't know what are my options. Then we can start looking at individual projects themselves, correct? I'm asking, then we can start.
So
We can say, we can have a-
what we've been working on is the options, right? We've been looking at the scenarios and trying to figure out what is the overall plan to be able to give them options. Because everybody keeps saying, well, give them options, give them options. Okay, what are their options? We don't know until we see every one of these, right? That's the big problem. So we're trying to come over with an overarching, like, again, that's why we're trying to get to the point where we need these things so we know what are our options. If someone's, here's a great example. Someone calls in and says, okay, I understand I got a rejected meter, right? Yeah, okay, so one option for you is we need you to go get an electrician and move this stuff to the meter base or whatever. And they say, yeah, I agree. I just don't have the money to do it. At that point, we're done because I need you guys to be able to tell me, can we do payment arrangements? Yes. So let's answer these 4 or 5 questions that I'm asking for here. And then we can go out with the options, right? That's where we're going. I've got to know some things from you in order to go out to them and give them the options. That's my point.
There'll be members that say, I need that pole because I'm not going to bury my stuff. And I don't have the money for that. And I mean, what you'd have to redo on my, I mean, if it goes from this pole to the eve of my barn,
From the pedestal.
the underground's not going to help me there. I mean, I'm not
No,
gonna run
from the top of
underground
the pole.
From the
So
top.
today, there's, let's say there's wires that's on the meter pole. There's wires going to 3 different barns. That's theirs. They own that.
That's not us, that's not there for us to bury.
But Jeff's right. If we have Schaumburg's there already anyway, he may give him a deal on doing it. So of course, we're going to have that conversation. We've had conversations with him before that says, you know what? We don't even want those 3 wires to the barns anymore. We don't even need power to these barns. I mean, we know we're going to jump over that. Well, that's easy, right? Snip, 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 get rid of it all and you're done.
There are going to be places where keeping the overhead makes sense. There's going to be places where if we can do underground here and it benefits us, let's do it. Let's do it. And it's every place, honestly, is going to be different. There's not a blanket.
But whoever's going to go out and work with the member on the best solution, they need some guidance from us. And what Pat and I are trying to do.
Need some cordiality.
What?
When they go talk to the members.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Yep.
Yes.
And we're going to talk about that here in a minute because we're going to need some.
Just want to go down the list and what you need from us?
Yeah. So what do you guys think about the pull top switches? We all agree that I can come forward with a rule and reg change so that legally I can basically say, if you don't want to change this pull top switch, we're going to turn off the power. That's what that's doing. If we get sued, it's in the rules and regs. It says those are no longer.
They've agreed to.
Now we win. And honestly, there may not be a lot of these out there that they're not willing to do work. We don't know,
There will be some.
but there will be some.
What's the time frame on it to be for the rejection, for the final?
The quicker I can get these answered, the quicker we can start getting a legal letter to send to every one of these members with options. But if someone calls me back and says, well, I got a pull top switch, I got to know from you all that you're going to support this so that option is viable. Because at that point, what I'm going to be saying is you don't have a lot of options.
So the pull top switch will be replaced with either a breaker panel or transfer switch.
Yep.
Done deal.
I know that if they want to go with the breaker panel, then they're going to have to hire that electrician, which they're going to hire. They're already going to hire that electrician. At that point, they're going to be looking at probably the same amount of PVC, but now they're going to be buying a breaker panel and individual breakers. So a lot of these people are going to be like, you're going to sell me a transfer switch for $1? I'll go transfer switch.
That's why we sell them for $1. I mean, it's not a true thing. But here's how the phone call will go if we don't have these options and why it's important that we do talk about these and get these going. Someone calls in, they got a pull top switch. I got to know, number one, that we're not going to allow that, right? Have that conversation on what are your options. And then number two, let's say, okay, hey, I want to do it, but I just don't have the money to fork it out right away. I need to know from you all that they have an option of spreading that out over a year, 2 years. So sending out all these letters is pending some of these decisions.
I'm sorry, my question wasn't clear. What would be the time frame they have to make that decision?
Oh,
That's what I'm
that's
saying. 90 days?
probably 60, 90 days.
So that's my question, not for this.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you have 90 days to decide to do it on your own or pay us $1 to place the pull top switch.
Well, pay us $1 for the transfer switch.
Pay us $1 for the transfer.
You're going to have to go get an electrician.
You're going to have to get
There's
an
no-
electrician.
Okay, so
Here's your options.
As long as those are in the rules and regs. Otherwise, you can't do that legally. I can't decide who gets power and who doesn't.
No, I get that, but
And I think
we're
there's,
changing.
yeah, and I think there's a happy balance. I understand what you're saying, Clay, and I agree. There's a medium, there's a middle road out there somewhere
Here's your option.
that we need to be very clear on what we're presenting. And we need to say, here are clearly the options. You have this window of opportunity to decide.
Yep.
Here's our recourse. I also hear you saying, Brett, it's got to be in the rules and regs that they've agreed to that gives us that legal recourse.
Correct.
As far as the payment plan, from what I understood Crystal will say, should they move, we have the ability, we have the recourse to bill them, not attach it to the property. And my thought would be, depending on the scope of what their cost to them is, if they can't afford it, it's graduated. If it's this dollar to this dollar, you've got 1 year, this dollar to this dollar, you've got 2, this 2, 3 to 3. Because the one thing that I think we need to be careful of is if we're going to do a payment plan is it's not just the cost of that improvement. It's that cost relative to what their monthly bill is.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, if they're a small consumer and they're used to only paying whatever, $100 a month for electricity, and they go through this, and for this process, they got to pay another $95. I mean, you just doubled their electric.
Yeah, so $1,000 divided by 12 is $83 a month. That's why I'm thinking maybe you go.
But I think there's wiggle room, and I agree with Clay. There's got to be, we just need to get to a concise presentation or options and say, here's what it is, and you have this many days to decide.
I know somebody's got the meter pole, everything come down, but there's also a transfer switch from a generator. There's some other things on here. But they also know, because I've had discussions with them, if this pole ever goes bad, I get to transfer all this stuff. They already know that this is coming. It's just when they don't know. Whenever somebody rejects the pole, they know they're going to incur the cost to have things transferred to a new pole.
Some of them do, some of them don't. I mean, we had an employee's relative that didn't believe that.
I'm sorry, that's the rules. Here's the way it is. This is what but okay.
I agree with you. There's going to be instances, Clay, where we are going to have to do that. There's no doubt about it.
Okay.
I just want to put the things in place to cover us. So,
Right. And to provide options and consistency.
so pull top switch. What's everyone thinking?
Not doing them now, right?
They're not even available, so the transfer switch replaces. But I just want to make sure that I don't understand why anyone would want to, but maybe financial reasons, I don't know. I mean, because if we give them, or we sell it to them for $1 for the transfer switch, they're going to incur the cost for the electrician to supply the wire down the pole, through the switch, back up the pole to intercept their overheads or whatever they have there. So that they're going to incur that cost. But I mean, yeah,
But someone needs to explain to them that they might not need
Yeah.
to transfer.
and if they don't want that, then what they're.
I know we've installed them and they're not even hooked up.
Correct. But
And
I
that
would
was
say.
based of electrician's cost and the transfer.
Actually, it probably saved them money because they got a switch for $1. Because if they don't do that switch, they're gonna go to a standard meter. And that's gonna cost them, and they're gonna have to pay the electrician to do that as well.
I'm saying it's not even hooked up because they didn't need it for the outlet.
But actually,
But
because
we just
they
didn't
had,
explain to them the options.
they very well could have, but once it gets explained that if you don't want the transfer switch, you're gonna have to have somebody, an electrician, put your riser up there that goes to a meter base. We'll give you the meter base, but you're gonna have to buy a breaker panel for whatever you need, and you're still gonna have to run all your wires up to intercept everything else. So it's still gonna come to the cost. If it was me and it was my place and I had a pull top switch and somebody offered me a switch for $1, I don't care if it's fused or not. It's gonna be cheap for me maybe it's cheaper for me to get that switch for $1 as opposed to what I'm $250 for a breaker panel now I gotta buy. Because you gotta have something.
Members don't know what the cost is to go to change it all themselves. And that's what I had some members approach me about that, and the certain guy in the back goes out there and says, it's only gonna cost you $1. It's only gonna cost you $1. Well, by the time it got done, it was $1,500 to $2,000. And that was cheap because this person had a son who had a friend who was an electrician, and they did it on Saturday and Sunday.
Right.
See, somewhere along the line, you've got to say, okay, this may cost you this amount of dollars to do this. Or get an electrician to do that and then give them the option. Because they don't know, people don't know.
I mean, our common first thing is going to be, you have work that has to be done on your end. You need to go get an electrician to determine what that
I
costs.
mean, that's when it wasn't even done.
I know that. I got part of here from here out, it's yours. I guess that's in my.
I mean, Clay, I will honestly say I've gotten phone calls from people and I told them that their switch is bad. And they're like, what do you mean? My pole? What do you
I know what that is.
I bought this place 2 years ago. I thought it's not yours. I mean, true story.
I see people, I mean, honestly, if you don't know, I don't think that's a far stretch. You know, your phone goes bad, you call Frontier to come fix it. They own the equipment.
I mean, I can't tell you how many overcap numbers I've gotten when,
Century, but
before we had AMI, and I go out there and it's their main breaker. And then I just kept pressing it on the on. Well, you can't just keep pressing. You got to press it all the way off, then back on. People don't know these things.
All right, pull top switch on R&Rs. There it is on the regs. Anybody against doing this?
I like everything on this page except for 3A. Otherwise, I approve whatever options you want to do besides 3A.
I like for 3B, Dale's idea of the tiering
Yeah, I do too.
Well, and to that point, Suzanne,
up to a max.
and again, I'm not well versed in this. I'm just trying to think this through. You know, we're talking about if we incur costs, we're talking about giving them the option to spread it out.
Essentially.
12 months, 24, 30, whatever the case is. If they pay an electrician, my guess is the electrician is not going to give them the same option. I don't know that, but I would suspect that if an electrician comes out and does $800 worth of work, I'm going to have to pay him $800.
Correct. Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to pay him $20 a month for the next 40 months.
It's going to be a little more 20, but.
Yeah, whatever the case is. But my point is, from a financial perspective, and with Pat's diagrams, does it make any sense to offer them an option that is geared more toward us doing more of the work versus their electric, or does that exist?
Well, Pat and I talked about this and our guys are not electricians, right? They are not reversed in the code.
Okay.
They don't know the codes.
For the
We
resident?
don't have any of the
Okay.
equipment.
Okay.
It's a different because that was originally what I told Pat. I'm like, why don't we just do the work?
Yeah, and then give them the, put it on a payment plan so that they're not paying an electrician $1,200. But if we can't do that, then that shoots that away.
But we can do it through an electrician.
Yes. Now we can hire an electrician and bid it out.
You know, shop, we're doing this. and-
Yeah.
Maybe they just put it on the
You can put it on a payment. And if we, and again, to me,
That's a no-brainer.
my biggest thing to me is, again, going back to Krista's point, is if we have ultimate recourse to them, you know, you get to get into the rules and regs that says we have the ability to do that. Whether they want to do it and incur it themselves, or we'll basically take care of it for them and back bill them for that through their billing by paying whomever to do it. And we have the recourse that if they go, thanks, but no thanks. That to me seems pretty viable.
Now, remember, if we agree to put them on a payment plan, we are going to hire the electrician, right?
Right.
I'm not going to let somebody just.
Yeah, absolutely.
bill.
But what I'm saying is, it makes it turnkey for them.
Correct. It does.
So, and it saves us trips.
Yeah.
Correct. Because we can coordinate.
And it gives us, you know, if I'm paying the bill, I have the ability to do while satisfying their needs, I have the ability to do what helps us more so than if they're paying.
And it saves the member time of trying to get an electrician.
And again, it spreads the payments out.
All right, so it sounds like everybody's agreement, maybe look at a tiered system, some payment arrangements. Everybody's good with full top switch, not allowing those and putting that in the rules and regs. Transfer of ownership is the other one. So in cases where, and Clay may not like this one, I don't know. In cases where they're not willing to, I don't know how to explain this, Pat. There are going to be scenarios where we can't literally.
So this would have been me. If I had a red tag pole.
Yeah, you use yours.
And I wasn't ready to replace that because I wasn't ready to move all my electric because I knew I was going to be doing a bunch of fixes on my buildings. I didn't want everything taken down at that point yet. I wanted 2 or 3 years to get my stuff lined up so that I could do it all at once. So I would have signed something that said, I'll take the liability for the pole. I don't want this moved yet.
So in other words, what we would do is we'd hand them
Three or 4 years till I got done.
a transfer of ownership. They would sign it. we would take our tag off, and legal could come up with some jargon, but we would put a new tag on that said something like member equipment, call this number if you know, need work or something like that.
Another situation I can think of is where you need to replace that meter pole and where that meter pole is the only place that meter pole can go. We've got places where there's concrete poured all the way around the meter base, our meter pole. The only place it can go is right there. There is not going to be any separation to where we end up building it back to exactly what it was with the assistance of the electricians. And once it's been replaced, you now own that pole. That's what a co-op that I know of, they do that as well.
So where there's no other way means. So in other words, again, going back to the main root cause here, if we can't separate member equipment, co-op equipment, the other option is what we're calling ownership transfer, right? We'll replace the rejected pole, but you now own that. If we can replace the pole, if it's got a bunch of member equipment and we can't, we're going to make sure it's secure and we're going to transfer ownership.
So a situation where if we got somebody who won't move whatsoever, doesn't have a nickel to their name, and that transformer's on the other side of the street, and we've got overhead triplex going to that rejected meter pole. They're not doing anything. They won't do anything. We can turn the power off all day long, and that's great if that's what we really want to do. I'm not, whatever, it's not my decision. But in the meantime, if that pole falls down, we still have an issue. That wire is laying in the road now. So we would need to go out and do something on somebody who will not do anything, at least set a pole somewhere in the vicinity, but not next to it. I know what doesn't work. Do not set a pole right next to it and tie it to it. Do not set a pole next to it and bolt it to it, because it'll stay like that forever.
What are the options of going? They don't want it. You bury the line to the bottom of that pole or come up to the pole, you hook it into the meter, and then this is all your puppy. We got you electric from underneath the road to it. We're out.
There are scenarios that would work, and there are scenarios that wouldn't.
If there wasn't a cost barrier, if there wasn't a reason why we couldn't do it, then I would entertain that.
Because now once we get it underground, we've saved some costs from a liability standpoint down the road of anything falling on her, poles gone.
There'll be scenarios where that will work, and there's going to be other scenarios where we can't go underground for some reason, and you got to keep it going. It just depends.
Well, again, I think that's why we're working on the options.
I mean, obviously, we agree. If we can size fit some stuff underground for the short links that we're going, that's what we want to do, for sure. There's no reason to put another pole out there.
Anytime you go underground and get to where the existing meter pole was. Now that you're getting accomplished, what you're trying to do is not being a meter pole.
If we can avoid the two pole thing, the only place we can't avoid that two pole thing is where there's a security light and they still want it.
And what?
They still want that security light there. Yeah.
I mean, there's a million different scenarios. This ain't easy.
I mean, I'm sure there's several situations that people still want that security light.
But they're not security light and whatever. I mean, or if we want to say, then if we want to, I mean, we can throw all sorts of things out here. We will give you that security light. You have to maintain it now. I mean, I don't know. We've done all sorts of stuff.
All right, and then the last one is, once Pat and I have this all mapped out and we have all this work done where we're able to send letters, work through the options, this is priority from the board, it's priority for us. We're gonna get 93 to 100 responses all at one time, and we want to get this done quickly. We had somebody that just retired that would be more than willing to contract with us a day or two a week that could help us, because we figured you're gonna have 4 to 5 trips out to these members probably in some cases to coordinate what's going to work and what's not. Our question here is, would you guys be open to getting some contract help for this to get it done as quickly as possible? That's really what the question is. I don't know what the pay would look like. I'll have to look at that, but to me, once we come up with this option, we send out these letters and we start getting phone calls. We need to attack this thing and get it done. And then we need to decide what do we want to do with all the other stuff that's not rejected.
You're talking the consultant that's doing the legwork to say when we're gonna.
Correct.
They're doing the planning.
They're doing, basically, they're going to sit with them. You guys know who I'm talking about, right? Who just retired. They're going to go sit down with the member, go through what options are good. The nice part about this person is they're going to be able to take Pat and I's flow chart, which is kind of the scenario based, like here's kind of what we want to do, right? He's going to be able to work through that, understand it, and figure out what is the best scenario with this member. He's going to have to go back and forth, and he's going to coordinate with the electrician if that's needs to be done, right? If it's one of those where we're going to hire the electrician and put it on a payment plan. He can basically do all that for us, coordinate with our crews. It's just a way to try to get this done as quickly as we possibly can. It's really what it is. Otherwise, what's going to end up happening is we're going to get 93 phone calls and we're going to have to put this on Brian's plate and he's going to be doing 3 or 4.
The amount of member requests and everything.
It's going to drag out forever.
It's not enough resources.
I'm not opposed to that arrangement.
Sounds like a good approach.
I mean, I'll come back with some,
Because I
think as far as estimates.
unless I'm mistaken, that person you're referring to has a good reputation, is well thought of, is cordial, is.
Very good with members.
Instead of getting half yeses, half no's, we might get 85 yeses and 15 no's.
And I think, to Carl's point, I think there's a lot to be said for the delivery of it.
It is.
And that there's a face that's, got a long-term relationship with this organization. I think that makes a lot of sense.
If we want to get this done as quickly as we can, then the resources we currently have in these 4 walls.
You're going to want to do it for years.
A lot of coordination with a lot of people who aren't home all the time.
Can you incorporate that into your presentation or your proposal or your recommendation when you come back?
Yeah. I'll bring back all ideas and costing for all these things that we're talking about here.
But again, from my standpoint, I just want to clarify on the payment plan, I'm only in favor of that if we have the recourse, which I think, again, Crystal,
We'll confirm that.
just want to make sure that that's the stipulation, because
I would assume there's some paperwork that's got to be done with that, but in other words, you get
any of those to mitigate. So I'll set a lot of good.
Now, we do got to realize though, that just because we have recourse doesn't, okay.
You're not going to
take us
consider
elections and some of these.
Yeah, you can't spend a judgment.
Correct.
Can't spend receivables. I understand that.
So is this something that can be done, sooner than later before our March meeting by email given to us?
Possibly.
That means everybody needs to respond.
We don't have a real good record on
Yeah.
doing things through email, but I'll try.
But you're gonna put things together.
Yes.
And is there any more legal advice that you need to give from any of this?
I have a lot of that. No.
You too.
Okay.
Is Jason on here to give her his thoughts or not?
Jason, can you hear us? He's on, but.
I'm there.
Okay.
Are you good with this as far as a meter pull standpoint?
Yes.
All right.
Well, that's fine. If you,
I'll throw something out. I'll be quite honest. I think there's enough here that what I'd be looking for is, hey, could you look at this? I mean, you guys are going to want to tweak what you see from me, which is fine. Let's get it tweaked through email and then, you know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, I don't care if you want to do 24 months or 12 months. Just somebody tell me. That's just an example of something, but I'll send out what I'm thinking and then let's just kind of communicate through email and then we'll go from there. All right. I think we got what we need.
okay. Good deal. Good discussion,
I
guys.
can't pay for it.
Sorry that takes so long, but
There's a lot to that.
no, I don't want to show you. I've got enough talking about here.
So we're good to go on then. Next item, we have a couple of previous meeting minutes to approve. We can do them separate or at the same time.
I have not regarding the January board meeting, but the special board meeting. I noticed that one thing that was left out that I had in my notes was the strategic planning timeframe. We put on there September 1st. It was not included on that. Regarding the budget, we discussed strategic planning on a timeframe limit and a financial limit. My notes were September 1st and 42,000 or 3 full days. We were going to put some kind of stipulation to report to the board September 1st.
I do remember that.
It's in here, it just doesn't say first. It just says review strategic initiatives
September.
before the September.
And we also have 42,000 as payroll. discussed a payroll cap.
I remember, but I don't.
We had a payroll calculation of 42,000. We just rounded up.
3 full days, 6 half days, 42.
But at 42 total, right?
So what do we do if we, first of all, I don't know how to track it. Second of all, what do we do if we hit it? Top of that.
I think we were just trying to put a limit, so it just doesn't go on and on.
That's kind of the time limit. I mean,
Just a combination.
That's what we agreed to. That
That's
was,
what we discussed. There was a financial and a time frame of,
3 full-time days. I don't even know how we track, I don't even know how to tell you to track that.
aren't we budgeting it separately? We have it budgeted separately.
I think it's just being tracked under meetings and conferences with everything else.
But we could track it. We could track it.
Now, but we've met quite a few times.
That's just what we decided. I mean, when we had that meeting, we put a financial limit and a time frame.
I just don't know how I'm going to track it. I mean, I could start today and then I don't know what you do once you hit it.
That's what we discussed as board. That's number one. And number two, so I was looking below, I don't want to jump, but just for an example, under plan investments, showing that we're already above budget totals. And maybe it's just my explanation needed, but once the budget is approved, those are the totals that we cannot go in excess of unless the board approved. Am I correct on that?
For which one?
For total, let's say for total training, for total CapEx, once we approve those amounts, anything above those amounts are required by board approval, correct, in the budget?
same with work plan projects.
Not necessarily.
So you can go above budget on training, or you can go above budget on X, Y, and Z without the board approval on dollars.
I wouldn't. So training is completely different than like a CapEx project, right? No, I mean, I think for training, if I'm going to be well over budget, I need to come back forward.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's clarification of the expense item versus capital item.
Yeah, but a capital item, like
The expense items, anything above budget has to be approved by the board.
I think a certain percentage, I mean, quite honestly.
It's not all. It's not, you go $5 over, the board has to approve, but what we didn't approve on the budget.
I think we've been working off of 3 to 5% is what kind of my team's been working on. If we're going to be 3 to 5% over in a departmental budget is something I would bring to you. Not a line item. There's no way you guys are going to be able to go
No, I'm not.
through every line.
I'm not talking about line, I just meant overall expenses. I thought the board, once they approved the XYZ number, if it went above that, the board had to have.
I'm talking about for the total for the year,
Mhm.
the total expenses, not even at the departmental level, across the board.
I thought the board had to approve anything in excess. There's nothing in there. I know we talked about taking out any deviation of this, the board had to approve, but anything in excess of that, I thought that's why we had to meet in prior times or vote in prior times when the expenses went above that amount.
So if we're higher, the overall budget is what you're saying, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. We'll definitely be having conversations with that. Not by necessarily line item, but
Overall total.
yes, definitely. I agree with that. Typically what that would be is something like right away that we know is going to come in heavy. We'll come in and do that. Now CapEx is different, right? Because of new services, I don't come in here and say, okay, we need to jump it up because we're at budget essentially, right? Because we're not going to stop that. And construction work plan, I mean, typically if we're 3%, if our bids and stuff come in at 3% more, I'm going to bring those in.
Did you get that question answered, Suzanne? So you're recommending the change of 42?
That's what we had. That's was in my notes that I had. Everything else was exactly how we were discussing, except for that September 1st, or I guess September board meeting, I'm sorry, or.
Yeah, yeah. You're good with that, but where is it you?
I think we should budget the hours that we're spending on it too. If not budget, monitor. I guess maybe that's the other word. Monitor, track. I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe not.
That was part of the motion on that. 3 full days, 6 half days, $42,000.
Okay, thank you. I just have.
I think that 3 and 6 equated to 42.
Exactly.
I think
So
approximately is what we put in there, 3.
So, I mean, remember, but how do we want that revised? Well,
Just tell me what you want. I mean, honestly, I won't be able to go back, but I could create a time frame and I could report out on that. Not a problem.
Probably.
Yeah, do we need,
I did not have that. I just had the 42,000 in my notes that we discussed approximately.
So we good with that? We good with the 42,000 figure?
I don't know how you're gonna track dollars.
Well, we got an email that we had an average. We had an average hourly wage that we used, so let's just use that, track the hours times that average, that wage, that's what's just back in 42.
You've roughly spent a half a day.
We were 67.95 per hour.
Right. So that's,
So
60 hour, whatever.
You're saying just divide 42 by that.
roughly spent a half a day.
I think it should be, the word maybe approximate or estimated at. I don't think it has to be exact for that reason, because you're not going to, but I don't think we should spend, I think it should be a cap on it. And that was in the motion.
It was, unless than roughly half.
I mean, that's 3 teams back 4.
Well, I know every team's a little different. But my team spent roughly half a day, honestly, too.
There you go.
But is that half a day total?
Approximately.
And then what do you do when
You okay
you
with the approximate?
I don't think they should stop at 41,999. Yeah, I agree. Just approximate.
I mean.
Thank you.
They should be doing that with everyone. I don't want to micromanage in 15 minutes.
Okay.
All right, maybe some teams will get done faster than others. I mean, that's the other thing.
Anything else?
I think our team, we'll get through it all in 2 months. Some teams are gonna take longer. I mean, it just varies on what you're talking about. Some of the things we're gonna do, we're gonna get through quickly.
Yeah, some teams are gonna work quicker than other teams. So what do you want us to do?
We're modifying the minutes, we're gonna have approximated.
So I'm just gonna add at the end of that sentence with approximately $42,000 total spend.
So that would, and we'll just take the average number, divide it by that, and come up with the hours, because that's the only way I'm gonna get it. But then total, so is that total of each team, each employer, or total ball?
Total.
Probably already there.
40 meters, total ball.
He's saying, so if I
He
take,
said 3 days.
not per employee, he's saying total.
We were taking 3 days, 6 half days, X amount of hours.
Do it now. Go ahead.
No, and then we were based on X amount of dollars an hour, so much money per day. Based on X number of employees.
670 hours.
But he said it's 3 days per employee, right?
Yeah.
So we're not.
Per employee,
Yeah.
Employer 60.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the math you should come back to the same math.
Same math.
Yeah.
Should be the same number of employees, but half days, 3 full days times the hourly rate.
3 days per person.
So the way our reporting mechanism is gonna have to be through time, so we're gonna have
Hours.
to time thing.
I mean, to a certain extent, the team leads know how much they met and kind of just keep track. And I mean, they're saying approximate, so we will.
Yeah, but
If we met 2 hours.
I don't want to get into where it's not in our system, because then it's gonna be this, how do I know the numbers?
Well, you're not going to have it in your time system thus far. So,
That's what I'm saying though.
but we can go do it. We'll do it going forward. Probably. Yeah, we just have to have
Everyone okay with that?
Code it the same thing.
If I have a spreadsheet that I'm estimating hours that everyone's spending on there, that's gonna be pretty much worthless. If I have a time system where I have everyone coding their time when they go into these meetings, there's some beef behind it, right?
It's accurate.
But you have to know that everything to this date, though, is
It's not in there.
Start tomorrow.
I mean, that's me.
Start tomorrow.
Everybody good with that?
And then if we hit that,
I would suggest before you hit that, we need to hear from you.
okay,
As you're monitoring that, when you get to 80%, 90%, that's an FYI. And we'll need to know the progress at those bands.
And I don't speak for Jenny how easy it is to put code in there.
I don't think it's that tough.
I don't want to be in trouble.
I'll let you know in advance when we think we're gonna hit that 80%.
Well, you might just,
No.
might just as a matter of each month, at each board meeting, just let us know relative to where you are. Give us a percentage.
That's perfect.
Okay, I'll take a motion to approve both the minutes from the January board meeting and special meeting
With the modification.
with the modification.
You got that all?
Yeah, I wrote it on the copy.
Okay. It's a dollar value. I know how to get there.
Make that motion.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Good.
Let's go to number 8.
Quick break. Yeah, that's what I thought, but. So, anybody else need to take a 2-minute break?
Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Pat. Nice job. All right, ready for the CEO report, Pat.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Have a good night. All right, so go over the company metrics. Well, a couple things first. So some training we did, all employee training that we did this last month was active shooter training. We had an IEC. We've been wanting to do that for a long time. IEC offered it, so we took them up on that, and we had to do our annual CPR and first aid training. A couple other things we've been working on is we created the 2022 goals, and we got those filtered down into management goals. Managers are working, so those are in our performance metrics, right? For the year. Our strategic initiative teams, again, we've been meeting. Some teams are really far along. Some teams are still in brainstorming. So everything's moving along. So as far as company metrics, January was cold, believe it or not. We're about a median of 26.9 to a 5-year of 31.4. So we were quite a bit colder, about I think 14.4% over our 5-year average. And if you look at the HDD, which is heating degree days, we're about 11.5% over the 5-year average. As you know, temperature dictates usually what we got going on, but this month, not so much. So if you look at our energy usage from Hoosier, we basically are right at our 5-year average. So if you guys remember in January, we had some of our industries that were down for 2 days. So that shows up in here. This number should have been over our 5-year average because of the coldness, but it didn't because we had those 1 or 2 days that were down. And you'll see that here in a minute in the actual numbers. Demand was pretty flat over our 5-year average, but this is where it shows up. So overall, the budget, we were about almost 3% less in kilowatt hours sold. And you can see where we were at, right? So IPT was way down, which 6.17% in IPT is a huge amount of kWh. Same thing with the industry. They were down 2.787. And then I'm not real sure on the commercial one, what would have drove that down other than trying to budget for commercial is really, really tough. So again, it was down about 11%, but from a residential standpoint, that kind of reflects the fact that it was cold, right? You break that down again, you got residential, basically 1%, commercial, industrial, transmission. Again, these two here drive a lot of kWh being down. I thought this was something I haven't shown in a while, but a little bit interesting. So year over year, we are picking up meters. And again, in January, we even went higher again. As far as outages, January, it was actually pretty quiet other than the scheduled, which we knew this was going to hit our metrics. So that was the scheduled project we did on the G2, where we did the phasing, which I think we talked about last board meeting. So that does show up in our metrics. Lost consumer hours, again, for January, we're well below, I think it was about 55% below our 5-year average. And then the number of outages, we're basically at 20 compared to a 5-year average of 37. So relatively pretty quiet month. As you can see, the largest one right here was that scheduled outage that we did. The next one is trees not in right of way. I showed line loss just because I haven't shown it in a while. Really not a whole lot to report. Line loss is really tough to report on because there's so many variables that could create line loss. We do know that these two right here was that month that we had metering down, and it was off 2 days. So basically 2 days from 1 month went to 2 days the next month, and it threw off all of our line loss numbers. And then Crystal's metrics on 30-day AR and 90-day AR, we continue to be well below 5-year averages on both. And that's basically it. I did want to go through projects. So I'm gonna go through these fairly quick. So if you want some more information, just stop me. So on our safety improvement plan, we basically have done a few of the audits within our safety committee. Everything else as far as field audits and the pool bunkers are going to happen later. The eye care initiative, we're close to wrapping that all up. So the eye care initiative was something that came out of our it was basically the actions we were taking for our employee survey. So we're well on our way to have that one completed. IT disaster recovery plan, Sam has basically been working on that. Our meter pole replacement project, so we just talked about that. Pole replacement in general, and these numbers have changed over the last couple of days, but we were roughly about 15 poles shy of 21s, and we're working on, D&T is working on, they're actually here today, working on the 153 poles that were rejected in 21. Spare transformers. So Matt has been helping out on this tremendously. You guys approved the budget with the risk mitigation of filling our pipeline of transformers because of the lead times. We got everything ordered that's single phase that we had planned on. Matt, I guess you can give the update on this.
Well, we ordered most of it. We're getting a price quote on half of the 25s, and we were more or less over the phone. We were told that ERMCO is going to be way cheaper than anywhere else, which is United. But we're going to prove that out once they get us that. Hopefully next week we'll order the other half of the single phase ones that we hadn't. So we ordered roughly 180 single phase transformers. We are meeting again Monday to go over the rest of the 3-phase ones, and hopefully we will place our order for those next week. We did learn that one of the supply, and we were on the phone with the suppliers, that some of the transformer manufacturers are 144 weeks out was the worst. There was another one that was 110, and then there was another one that was 80. So if you want a transformer, the ERMCO, the ones that we ordered, we think the overhead ones, they said hopefully you can get some by July and August. The underground ones is going to be a lot iffier, they said. So it'll be, hopefully we get most of ours this year. But it's the lead times on things now from what they've told us is just incredible.
All right, construction work plan projects. I'm going to go through, there's obviously 7 projects. So project number 1, AMP is finishing up. This is the one out on Vandalia Road. They're finishing up on it. Its ground conditions have been kind of a mess out there, so that's prevented us being complete. But right now the planning is to be done by March. Project number 2, which is the new circuit out of the Washington sub, that PSC is working on the design. Plan on the design being done by 2/28. We did change the scope of that project a bit. So anyways, we're working through that. On 3, this is the Sardinia project. So the supplier came back to us and told us they weren't going to be able to get the wire until May. So our plan was to go ahead and get everything strung up other than the wire, and then come in May and do that. Eric was able to use his relationships he has with our suppliers and was able to get that wire for us, so it won't be slowing us down. That one is planning on being done at the end of March. Project number 4 So this is the industrial metering that we're doing over there right off the back of Center Sub. That one isn't in the design phase because we're waiting on the industrial customer right next to the sub to finish out their planning on, we've been contacted by them. They want to change everything over from gas to electric. If that happens, that will impact that project majorly as far from a design standpoint. So we're working with them to figure out what we're going to do there. 5, we haven't done, we're not working on that one at this point. 6 is the Westport sub feeder exits. So we've done a couple field visits. I'm planning on design work has actually started on that one also. And then 7, the AJCSR, we're in process of determining what locations will all be included in that. And we actually are in the design phases for the 3 or 4 that I think we've already got picked out for that project. So that's the updates on the construction work plan. Broadband feasibility, we were supposed to have our last prep meeting with NRTC last week. And the guy that was supposed to do it had a funeral that popped up, family members. So we got it rescheduled for next week. Basically, we're trying to fine tune all the inputs they need from us. Our goal right now is to have NRTC here for the March meeting. So we got Hoosier here. To me, the second half of the meeting is going to be working with them. So as far as anything else on the schedule or on the agenda, I'd say proud to move off because I think it's going to take a while to get through that. And then we've got, and I don't know, unless you guys want to do a special meeting, I mean, that'd be another way of doing it.
So we don't know the specific time frame that they need to present to it.
It's going to be, I would say, at least an hour to an hour and a half minimum. And I'm assuming you guys are going to have as many questions as we're going to probably have. Because all we've been really doing with them right now is giving them inputs, right? So we've been working on them as far as inputs. As far as what other modeling we are going to want them to do, that's going to be the discussion between the board and us managers in March.
When you say them, Brett, you're talking about.
NRTC Pulse, yeah.
So I see that we paid them.
Yes. That was accrued last year, though. That was one that you guys wanted us.
Other than a check register. Because that was the whole fee, right?
It was. And the only reason we did that is because we wanted that to get into last year's
Okay, that's fine.
financials.
Questioning that, I just noted that.
Cost of service study. So Matt's been leading this one up. Catalyst has all of our information. March 1st was our deadline for that. You can see the rest of the, what do you want to call it, schedule on there. So I feel like we've gotten him all the information and Matt's been working with him.
I got one thing you have to give me.
Gotcha.
But
10A through 10E is our strategic stuff. 11 is PSE, where they're in here weekly. Fleet replacement. So we did find out that the Lightnings have shut off. You can't order those. So at this point, I'm just letting you know that we probably are not going to be spending that money, which I don't think it was in for this year anyway. You just gave us approval to go ahead and order it to get it in for 2023. And what I'm telling you is most likely we're not going to have it for 2023. It's going to be something past that. But we did find that out literally, I think yesterday, that they've completely shut off all orders. If you do the math, the amount that they can produce in a year compared to what they have pre-orders for.
it adds up to like 2024, yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to see one for a while. And they've actually shut off utilities when they were taking them. Utilities got to go in the front of the line, but since they've shut it off, it's a matter of your utility now.
It's not open. Last week.
If we keep going down, the operations building, we got a committee now in place. They are planning to do a visit to, I believe, Henry and then Rush, because those are newer buildings. That's kind of the next step. And I think that is it. Is there any other questions on any of these projects?
Everybody good? That's, Thanks, Brett.
Yeah, you're up next.
Good.
Yep. All right, we start off with the statement of operations. Our operating revenues are under by about 113,000. Power costs are under by about 35,000, which that's mainly due to the power tracker catching up. It was behind, and it's not as favorable as it was. So our gross margin is under by 77,000. The other thing is controllable expenses. The difference there is right away. That's just a timing issue. Everything else is pretty well both in line with what to be expected. So
January and February are hard to report because they're good.
so cash flow, our cash went up 351,000 last month. So that's next we have our gross margin metrics. See, our actuals are a hair under budget and across the board. And there's the gross margin cumulative is, you see it there on the graph. There's not really much to see yet with it being January. Controllable expenses, you can see the actual budget, the maintenance is under due to the right of way. Everything else is relatively close, and operations and maintenance can go either way. It's just how guys code their time. So, and cumulative, there's not much to see yet there either. And then one thing I had asked Brett, and he said I should ask you guys. So from a financial standpoint, I've come to realize that in general, on a month-to-month basis, stuff doesn't change really a ton. And I spend quite a bit of time putting together the dashboard metrics and stuff like that. I was going to see what you guys' thoughts were if we went to you'd still get the balance sheet, income statement, cash flow, and anything else that you really wanted, but have me report on the financials, say March, June, September, and then October, November, and December. Because those are more critical months, because there's like today, there's not much for me to say. I mean, next month, there's not going to be much for me to say either. I was wondering if that was something that have more focused and more details quarterly than the monthly part where not much changes. And if not, that's fine too. I just wanted to ask.
And we'll still do the internal sheets.
And if anybody has any questions on any of that stuff ahead of time, I mean, or anything that was big or major or really stuck out, I would definitely want to come and say something about that too.
Putting these sheets together that you get.
It does take some time.
It takes a lot of time, and there's just not a whole lot of change other than.
I mean, one I'd like to see is the planned investments.
Okay,
Yeah, I would that one.
yeah, I look at that
Internals, I'm good.
Okay. Because some of the stuff, I mean, it's nice to look at, but do you guys gain much from all of it? I guess that's my biggest question is it valuable to you? If not, I don't want to spend time on something you don't use.
I'm with Jeff. To me, I mean, it's more of a trend thing for me. It's not something I'm going to dig into. So I think quarterly with Jeff's note makes perfect sense to me. I mean, there's a lot on everybody's plate. Let's focus more on the things that are a little bit more acute. That's my.
And I was thinking quarterly, you guys could have a lot more questions. I mean, you still get all the check registers and stuff like that. It's just some of the stuff, I just don't know if it's, I mean, I'm kind of like, is this really necessary? So, and that's what I wanted to ask you guys.
It's a good question. Suzanne, your thoughts?
I think quarterly with Jeff, no, because I do like the continuing changes that you make and, the unusual changes that you note at the bottom of the notes on the variances. Having those reports is really what I look at. Not that I don't pay attention when you're talking, but that's the main things I'm looking at is the variances.
Some months I sit here and think, well, what can I write about this that changed? Because really there's no change.
I think we can use your time in useful places elsewhere, but the changes like you have on the bottom is really the main things I'm looking at every time. It's the first thing I pull up.
Okay. I mean, I would say, I would put every month, hey, look at this. I mean, that would be kind of.
You bring it to our attention.
Something you see that needs to be
Right.
for attention.
Yeah, I mean, in general though, some like this month when I'm sitting there going through and creating the what happened from January and year to date, it's like, there's really nothing occurred yet. What can I write here so that's why you probably noticed there was like one line on most of them, because it's like, there's not much to say.
So what he's saying is if you go under your for your information, letter G, You're going to get all of that plus the plan investments added to that. On a monthly basis, you're going to get that. And then what he's saying is on the months that he was talking about, we'll do the rest.
Quarterly, I'll bring the whole thing in. And I thought towards the end of the year, and we can see once if October, November are necessary, but I felt like we're getting closer to the end of the year there. Stuff matters more there because we need to know where we're going to be. I mean, in March, you can, January and February, nothing's set in stone yet. Once you start getting towards the end of the year, it gets trickier.
Sure. Hey, Carl, you guys.
No.
Right. Okay, so that's what we'll plan, Matt. Thanks.
Okay.
And Matt, I do have a question on under the financial update, it's the plan investments page. What's the calculation for the LE? Just give me the quick mechanics of how you, for instance, under distribution work plan projects, the LE is $1,168,000.
It is, so we have a manager's report that we have. And it is more or less, we take, when we budget for the year, we have, I kind of, well, when do we think this is going to hit? So the LE is more or less what was done in January and then what we expected to do the rest of the year. So the difference would be there is, let me pull up the plant one. So I can look at the same thing you're asking me about. Well, more or less, it's January's actual plus everything that was budgeted the rest of the balance of the year. Or if, hey, this isn't going to work, we'll change it.
So you're basically replacing 12 months budget with 1 month actual and 11 months budget. Yes.
Now it's come June,
6 and 6.
something isn't going to work and we know it's done, I'll take it out.
But it's not a calculation. And in fact, Jenny will go through, we're having meetings now every month where basically going through all these construction plan projects and kind of going through every single work order in a meeting with Chris, him and Jenny. And the idea of that was to keep a little bit closer tabs on this LE for the plan investments, if that makes sense. But we're in January right now. So
Sure. Yeah. I just.
So like for instance, you talked about the project where we're going to change the industrial meter, right? Well, they may come back in 3 months and say, you know what, we're not quite figured out what we're going to do, but we're certain we're going to do something. Well, I might pull that out and say, hey, that ain't going to hit this year no more then. You're good. So, because if they're going to change all their stuff, we're not going to do that project until they say, yeah. Hey.
But that's another instance when we were talking about like budgets and do I come back to, let's say this industrial customer is going to go forward with what they're saying they're going to go forward with. And we got to buy a brand new transformer that's a 90 to $100,000 transformer. It's a 2 megawatt load increase. We're going to do that. I don't necessarily come back to the board for that approval.
So
That's where the CapEx stuff is tricky.
But you're going to take the annual budget and as the months.
And we'll change the LE at that point.
Right.
And we'll put a note in there, hey, this changed because.
Right. Either the occurrence of a month or circumstances like it's described. Okay, I'm good.
But like probably by June, if some stuff's running behind or some stuff's running ahead, well, then I may pull the LE one way or another. So. I've never used an LE before, so this is, I'm learning as of last year on how that works. So I think I got a lot better handle this year.
No one does LEs in this industry. It was just something that we implemented.
You came from that world.
I came
You
from
like
the
that
LE. That's
one.
all I was told was LEs.
Anything else for Matt? All right, thanks, Matt. Ready for some additional approvals. Let's start with the Insight Conference presentation.
So we agreed that from your guys' motion that we would come forth with anything that's not necessarily in the budget, right? So this is one of those. We got contacted and it was after the budget timeframe, so there was no way we could put it into the budget. But we got contacted by Insight. They want us to present at the Kansas City Insight Conference, which is actually a pretty cool opportunity in my opinion. So I put the dollar amount in there. Again, that's sort of a estimate as far as what hotels look like and flights look like. What I thought the impacts is we're going to be able to, one of our founding principles is cooperation among cooperatives. So this is sort of an opportunity for us to share what we've learned and to also learn from others at the conference. Build relationships, obviously, learning opportunities, develop us, obviously, and alignment with our principal, which I talked about. So it's in early April, I believe, and it would be Rachel and myself.
So it sounds like a great opportunity to,
Is this a recurring item, Brett, or is this a
One time.
It's a one-time?
Yeah, actually, we're going to put together a presentation and go to this conference. We were going to be on like this
Or the presenters?
part of the presenter of the conference.
What's the benefit to our members by doing this?
Benefit would be us learning other mechanisms to get people involved, members, which is something we've all been talking about. How can we get more members involved, right? So it's member engagement. But us learning from other folks and other folks learning from us is probably the main thing that we're going to get out of that. How can we better engage with our members? That's what the member's going to get. It's one of those soft things that it's really hard to put a number on, right? I mean, how do you put just like investing in your employees, how do you put a number on that?
what kind of attendance do they typically have for one of these?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, it's a once a year. Again, we'll never be going to this again. This is literally a one-time presentation opportunity. It'd be no different if NRECA called and said, hey, Brett, we want you guys to do a presentation on XYZ.
Don't most presenters get their housing? I mean, most of the lodging gets reimbursed to the presenters though, correct? Majority of the time,
They didn't offer.
because you're really doing to benefit them as well, to share your experiences with them.
Oh, by the way, the conference is, Rachel's texting me, the conference is free. So we do, the registration part of the concert is, they're not charging us. All we got to pay for is the flights to get out there in the hotel.
They'll let you go for free, but they're not going to get you there.
Correct.
Had you been attending this, what would the cost have been?
I think it's like $800 or $900 as far as registration. And we're not, none of these folks would make you pay a registration fee if you're actually presenting. I mean, I did this.
Did you budget the registration fee to go? Were you planning on going anyway?
No.
So it wasn't a conference you really were interested in to begin with, other than being a speaker, since it wasn't budgeted?
I don't know
Is that
if
fair
it
to say?
wasn't, we were interested in, it was, you got to limit what conferences you can go to.
This wasn't a priority at the time, or it would have been budgeted, right?
This is totally up to you
Got
guys.
the opportunity
It's
to,
kind of a deal with like SBS. This is something you guys work with, or we've worked with SBS to get this stuff. Is this a little bit of here's what we're doing to get more interaction with voters and so on?
I'm not following you.
he's asking what are you going to present at the meeting? I mean,
Yeah.
or engagement.
Member engage, what we've been doing in member engagement is through insights, what we're presenting.
So is this something that is
This has nothing to do with SBS.
nothing? I'm trying to figure out somebody, what this is.
It's not really
For some of the
necessity, is it?
So they want Decatur County REMC's perspective and historical approach to how we've increased member engagement. Is that what they're asking for? You're putting a presentation together to quantify that or to share that.
So the topic of discussion, the reason they asked us to present, and this is Rachel, by the way. The conference was not scheduled at budget time. They announced the conference after budget time. But the topic that they'd like us to speak on is how we have utilized and increased our touch points and communication with members using email blasts, our various town halls, our Breakfast with Brett engagement activities, how we have taken a multi-prong approach to increase member engagement. So that's the topic.
When it comes down to you want to invest in your employees or not.
What? No.
It's employees, because you're talking about the members and
Yeah.
the surveys.
And
It's going to teach it.
Company that asked you to come to do this, and asked you to speak, they're not, their perk is to say, come to this conference for nothing instead of, if you guys come present this, we'll pick up the cost for 3 days being gone.
Correct.
They have not said that.
Have they told us what?
Have they?
They
Yeah.
offered to waive the conference fee. So it's a 2-day educational conference that we could attend for free.
But they're not gonna cover any of the travel or lodging.
They did not offer the travel or lodging.
They did not offer that, no.
But to your comment, I don't think it's whether the board wants to invest in employees or not. I think it's just whether it's to the members' benefit, yes or no.
But it's
It's not really investing in our employees because this doesn't really have direct contact. It's more members than it is the employees.
I will be learning and she will be learning, number one, to present, because we'll be presenting. I think it's great when we can actually, it's one of our principles, it's a co-op. Number two, we will be networking with other folks that have initiatives to basically get more member engagement. So no, I do think this is definitely investing in your employees. That's the way I look at it.
I guess I'd find out if they pick up the tab for the travel expenses and lodging. If everyone need to come and talk, it's no different than if I was asked to come do it, that you're gonna pay me.
But as Brett just said, there's a benefit.
I don't know.
It's just hard to determine what that value is. That's what
There's definitely a benefit to us to go to this conference. And there's definitely a benefit from the members for me and Rachel to participate in this. How do I put a dollar amount on that? Well, it's impossible to put a dollar amount on that.
Any other comments? For the motion of anybody? First,
I'll say.
we have a first and a second. Any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose?
Aye.
Will you raise your hands, please? Or for oppose?
So I think he said aye, but
That's what I'm saying. I'm asking you to, for those that have opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, well, we're going to vote. So, okay. All right, we'll go to the next item, the union side letter.
So can I ask a quick question about that decision? I couldn't hear. What was the vote?
it died. 4-4 something.
Okay. So if we go back and say, the board did not approve for us to attend the conference and present, and they offer for us, the inside information offers to pay for our travel and lodging, do we have to get approval for that?
If it's going to cost us no money, no.
What does the board say?
I need to hear from you.
Doesn't hit the budget, so.
Doesn't touch the budget.
So you'd be fine with it? Rachel, to answer your question, it would be okay then.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
thank you. All right, next item, the union side letter. I think we all have seen this earlier. So do you have any questions on that?
The only thing that I have is, and maybe I didn't read it thoroughly enough, but we could use it more often than just with the contractor, correct? Say one of the other lead foremen go on vacation, you could cover the crew.
No. This is specifically to, this was to incentivize a person in order to look over and do the work, supervising work for our contract.
Right, but I'm just saying, is there an opportunity to use him more often? And cover vacations? Because you have a foreman, you've got two foremen now, right? And this gives you a third.
Two lead line, why wouldn't we want, I'm not following.
Don't you still have, when one of the lead linemen goes on vacation, doesn't somebody have to fill in that spot
Journeyman's,
to be in charge of the crew?
yeah, the journeyman do.
So they'll get the higher rate of pay then when they do.
Already.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry, I wasn't.
No, that covers it. I just thought maybe there was more opportunities, but if we already have that option, we're good.
Any other questions? So Troy with motion.
I'll make the motion. You already done it.
Okay, Clay made the motion to approve the side letter. Jeff seconded it. Any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same. All right, so that's approved. And the next item, commercial charge of tariff. I'm not sure what this is.
It was gonna be, honestly, I don't even need it anymore. We've kind of switched directions. We've been asked for about a year or so, from two industrials to put in charging units at their place. And so the idea was that we were gonna put together this program, specifically a tariff to allow us to do that. And so we worked with Larry Keltner and the Prime Group to come up with a tariff for that. And originally this was going to ask to go back to him because he had created the original one to fine tune that a bit. But we've kind of, we're looking at a different solution. So I don't even need anything now.
Okay. We'll go on to the next item. You'll notice there was some, yeah, right, good each one. So we'll, the annual meeting, the Hoosier annual meeting is coming up, so we need a delegate for it. But we're also going to go ahead and vote for our Hoosier director tonight. So I'd like to start out with a motion from the Hoosier director.
I nominate Jason, to maintain the continuity. It's critical that so many things are up in the air right now with Hiram and everything, that I think we maintain that as best we can.
We have a second.
Find if he's so inclined to do it, which I think.
Play a
So I'm just saying, is he?
Jason, did you hear that?
Yes, that is correct. I'm willing.
Accept. I guess that's a yes.
Or wherever you are.
That's
Okay, do we have a second then?
Those nominations or get others. You only need one, but you need to close them.
Oh, okay, so that was our. Any motion to close and nomination.
And actually, it calls out in the bylaws to secret, but if it's only one, it's all good, just doing it by hand.
Yeah, there's no, yeah.
Okay.
So it'd be two different motions, motion close.
No. The first one was a nomination. Close the nomination.
Just that needs to
All you need to do is say the nominations are closed. Is everybody good with that? All you got to do.
Okay.
And then now you'll need to make a motion to approve it. But I would make the motion to approve and to not do it by secret ballot because there's only one person. Bylaws say it's secret ballot, so you need the motion to include it.
So we have a motion to close.
No.
No.
You can close it. If there's no other nominations, you can
Okay.
close it.
Okay.
Sorry.
I need a motion to approve.
To approve and do it by
Oh, for sure.
Show of hands.
We have a first,
Second.
second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Show of hands.
Or show of hands. Raise your hand. Okay, good. So I don't know who's all going to the annual meeting, but we need a delegate.
It can't be Jason.
Hoosier.
Correct. This is the Hoosier.
That's April 7th.
It is April 7th. Is anybody going? I don't know. Is
Yeah,
that
I
what-
was hoping to too, but that's kind of a busy season.
I'm planning on going. Schedule.
April 7th.
Is there a virtual option to vote?
I said
I can't make it.
No, but if you don't think you can, do it a delegate, an alternative.
An alternate. I am planning on going.
Okay, so.
I can nominate Steve Amrine.
There you go. I am planning, yes.
I had hoped to.
You are too, Dale?
I had hoped to, but I might, if my work schedule won't allow it.
I hope to, but I don't know if I can. I won't know till that week.
Okay.
Weather's great. No.
Brains, you can go.
Yeah,
Tell you what, since I planned.
yeah, you just,
No, you gotta, I think you gotta.
Yeah, Russ.
And,
I know.
yeah.
but I think we still ought to come up with a delegate or with a alternate, excuse me.
This is down at French Lake, right?
Yes. So,
I'm with Ryan and I are in the same boat.
oh.
Ranger.
Yeah, if it rains, I'm in the same boat. If it's not,
When's it good?
they're all great.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, it's. I would say so.
Carl will be the same way, Jason will be the same way, Jeff will be the same way.
No, Jason.
Oh, he has to be this, yeah.
He ain't got
He can't
choice.
be the voting delegate, yeah.
He's hoping for rain.
Rain or shine, I can't be there.
Ain't anything going on in early April for you, is there?
We don't need.
We do or don't.
Don't, as long as you know that person's going.
Yeah. And look, there's things do happen, but yeah. We'll deal with that, I guess. But
You need to have.
You can put me down as an alternate.
Yeah, maybe the second alternate.
You know, if it works, great. If it, I just.
Do you have to have somebody on there
Guarantee it.
if they
Have you, and then we can vote.
change it that day?
No, not that day. You have to have a board meeting.
So you need to put some alternative people.
Probably ought to put it.
Yeah.
yeah, let's, so,
Oh, not for CRC. That's
no,
a,
I know. I'm not talking about something.
Want to make sure you get your vote there.
Say it again.
You want to make sure you have your vote there.
Oh, here's yours, there's no alternate.
Okay, they don't show an alternate on that. So
So just Steve.
I guess we,
If somehow, yeah, you can't make it, we can vote on it.
First, they need to be some on that.
Is it?
It's the first Thursday of the month.
all right, are we good with that? Next item.
Do we need to vote on you being the
I
delegate?
guess.
yeah, you do.
You made a
Motion.
motion.
Play second.
They seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say. Okay, we're good. The NRECA annual meeting delegate, anybody going to that? I think Jason is.
Yes, that's correct. I'm going, with Signature, not county necessarily.
When and where is that?
It's in Nashville and it's the sixth,
I think it is.
6th,
7
7th,
and 8. 6 and 7.
Well, I nominate Jason.
March.
I'll look that way.
Just in another week and a half or so. So Brian, is nominating. Or made a motion for him to be the delegate, I get it now. We have a second
For Jason.
for Jason. Clay's second. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say. All right. And then the third item, for the CRC voting delegate, CRC, the call, basically the call center, I guess, and I think they typically have their annual meeting at the CFC conference. But this can be mailed in. The CFC conference is in Boston, I believe, this year. So. It's a mail-in opportunity.
I can mail it in if nobody else wants to do it. I did it last year. It's pretty simple. But anybody else is welcome to do it.
Make a motion.
Yep, I'll make a motion. We have to do it.
Jeff is the delegate. I made the motion. Carl seconded it. All those in favor say aye. Aye. We're good. The next item are property goals. Greg, you want to go through some of them?
Yeah, so, basically we try to do this every year. We don't have a strategic plan per se, so a lot of this stuff is just their tactical stuff or some not. So first one is the strategic planning. So, anyway, you can, I guess, read through those. Basically, the measurable is to get that, you guys set that 9/1 date. So I put 9/1 for those. Board approved the initiative, you did that last month. And then the broadband feasibility project, that first draft due 31st. Then for reliability enhancements, I put basically implementing the budget approved plant projects. So, let me know what you think on these because definitely we can do whatever you want to do here. I put minus 20% plus 5% on total spend for controllable plant improvement projects as a goal. Draft a meter pole replacement program. So to try to have, so what that includes is not only here's what we're going to go do, but to actually have a program like lined out. So we know like, here's when we're going to get these done, right? So not just saying like, I want to have a plan to you that says these 15 poles are going to be done this month. These 15 poles are going to be done this, yes. Draw a timeline out once we touch every one of these. So I want to deliver that to you by 6/1, the plan. The next one is to complete the 153 and the 43 pole rejects. Again, plus or minus 5%. The next one is safety, security, and risk management. Implement and execute a safety improvement plan approved by the board. This is something new I put in here that I just thought of. Provide a safety status report out to the board highlighting the safety committee's progress quarterly. I don't know that I've been doing a great job. I put the safety reports out there, but coming out and saying, hey, here's what we've done. Here's the near misses and here's what we've done. I want to do that on a quarterly basis, report out. Identify and mitigate company risk. So complete 4 risk management report outs to the board. Have planned that I had last year, right? So you guys would see the report outs that we do for risk management. And then engage the safety culture, complete 12 safety committee meetings throughout the year. Next is the special projects. So cost of service study. You guys got the milestone timeline, sticking to that plus or minus 2 weeks for the due date. I don't know why I didn't put the due date in there, but I didn't. It's in that schedule though. Operations, building, remodel, and tear down recommendations to the board. We want to deliver top options with pros and cons to the board by 10/27, sort of our goal. So that's what I put together. Again, I put on here, Steve and I talked about needing action. I don't know. I mean, the sooner the better because these flow down to my team, but I don't know that you necessarily have to do this tonight.
Yeah. Any questions for Brad? Or if we're ready to approve, I'll certainly
The discussion we had on meter poles, shouldn't that move up drastically instead of 6.1?
I mean, I think there's no way I'm gonna get any sooner than that, but I mean, this is your guys' goals to me, so that needs to be a discussion between you all. 6.1 is what we thought we could get through kind of that first touch of them, understand what that is gonna take, and then trying to get because like I said, when I say bring it plan, I'm not talking about we're gonna have 15 polls done, but I'm talking like X, Y, like poll numbers. Here's when we plan on having those done, laid out in whatever time frame that is.
For all of them.
Well, at least the 90 or
96.
shy of 100, yes.
90 checked that number.
To get all that information by 6.1, I think is gonna be really tough. Honestly.
So you're gonna have more than just a draft then. You're gonna have the actual implementation and plans, polls that's be replaced.
That's my goal.
The timeless. Yes.
I guess I felt like tonight was almost the draft you created.
And I'm talking like every single poll number, and here's the date we know we're gonna have that completed.
So you could already have some polls replaced by that.
Sure.
One day. Okay. I'm good.
I mean, ideally, yes. This is just saying we've got 100 polls. Honestly, I couldn't tell you right now how long these 100 polls could be. 2 years. It could be 6 months. It could be, I don't know. But once we touch them all, once Pat and I have this, we get these decisions made by you. Pat and I have the flow chart. We send out these letters, which we're gonna have to get legal to work with us to get this letter together. We send out these letters, then we have this contractor go out and touch every single one of them, understand what the design is gonna be. We understand what it's all gonna take. We can try to estimate each one of those polls to be done and bring back a plan to say, here's when every one of these 100 polls, what month that's gonna fall into be complete. Having that whole plan to you by 6/1 is my goal. And Jeff is right. We will probably have already had some complete, but I can't tell you how many because I have no idea.
No, I don't want a number, but I just don't want to delay the start of replacing polls when some of them are pretty simple.
Agreed.
We need a little more time. You want to wait till next month? Is there some other things to think about or? If somebody wants to make a motion. So moved. You're back first. Second. Jeff. Any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same. Right. The next item, Matt.
So I got a handout as well.
Okay,
You don't need to look at it yet.
don't look.
It's more of a,
Don't read ahead.
Oh,
Thank you.
you want one too?
yeah, why not?
So what this is I printed off as of today what the rates were this morning. And of course, they are always subject to change every single day.
As we know. Anybody see the stock market today?
So.
Yeah, it dropped and then it came right back up.
So the first two sheets of the rates, this is FFB, the second sheet is CFCs. And by the year of what they are. And then the next two sheets is CFC's Economic and Market Watch. I put the one in from earlier this week and then I put the one in from 2 weeks ago because it's amazing how their opinions can change in 2 weeks.
Just wait.
Right. Yep. So first off, start off with, go ahead and click your button. So we have our RUS loans, which I believe been discussed in the past. There's 3 of them, 26, 1, 2, 3. Currently, we're in a low interest rate environment. None of these have prepayment penalties. We do have ability under our FFB loan to borrow money at effectively as of today, over 30 years is 2.11%, which unfortunately has risen greatly in the last 90 days. And then we have the two CFC loans. The first one's going to reprice on April 30th of this year. And then the other one reprices in October of next year. So we has low interest and they do have the option to reprice. So one of the things go ahead and go to the next one. One of the things I did is I tried to discount the value of money. And one of the things I did is I looked at what inflation averages. Right now, inflation, as we all know, is quite high. However, over the long haul, inflation has averaged 3.1% with periods where it's been much higher and much lower. I used a discount on my net present value of 3% because I felt like that it'd be really hard if anybody thinks I should use a different number, please tell me. I figured that was a good starting point of what to use to discount because right now it's quite a bit higher, but it might be quite a bit lower in 15 years. So, and this is the forecast that Brett got from CFC, correct?
Yep.
So this is our, the forecast. They don't expect inflation to continue much higher for more than the rest of the year. So I don't know if
It's from yesterday.
Believe what you want to believe. They didn't know.
I don't know if I agree with them. I don't know if you agree with them. That's kind of where I'm at with this. So this is also CFC. They forecast at the end of the year our rates to be roughly 0.3% higher. However, this morning at one point rates were down like 0.12%, and then they came back at the end of the day quite a bit. So it's kind of a what do you think is going to happen? So first look at the RUS loans. What I did, my discounted cash flow, the net present value of the payments at a 3% inflation rate is roughly $268,000 at their current payoff over the next 6.5 years. And we're going to pay a total in interest of about $52,000. Now the cash flow will remain the same for 6.5 years. We do nothing. And then the break even is the comparison at 1.25% inflation. It makes sense to refinance them. So some of the negative, it's a higher interest rate if we do nothing. We are in a low interest rate environment, and overall long-term cost is higher in my view. So if we restructure them over 30 years at 2.21%, the net present value of those payments at 3% inflation is $249,000. But we'll pay close to $94,000 in interest, and we'll have loan out there for an extra 21 years. So, and when I calculated our cash flow would improve about $27,000 a year for 6.5 years, but then after that we will still be paying. And the break even on my, so I calculated out the net present value. If inflation is at 1.25%, it should make sense to restructure. So, or higher. So if inflation runs 1%, well, then we just need to pay them off. So, and then Brett, I think there's a few cons, higher total interest dollars, and we'll have debt for a longer time. I mean, those are the cons. I think it makes sense on these to restructure them and spread the money out, but it's also based off those assumptions. And after today, like I told Brett, I said, I'm going to ask what you guys' assumptions are, because I really felt like 3 months ago, I knew exactly what the right answer was, but with interest going up close to 1% and everything, I want to get what you guys think is going to happen too, so that it's not just, well, Matt thinks it's going to do X. Because I don't know that that's necessarily the best course of action. Next, we have the CFC loan. It actually is scheduled to reprice on April 30th. And the net present value of that at a 3% interest rate, if we reprice it as planned, is $1,298,000. We're going to pay a total interest of $287,000. Now this is also, currently when it reprices, it goes to if we do nothing, it will reprice for a 4-year term. I think we want to reprice it for a 17-year term and don't even consider a 4-year term if we reprice it. We want to change it to fix it for the life of it, whether we refi it over the long haul or not. If we let it reprice, we do protect our borrowing power because we do have 6.5 million approved if FFB. If we do use the money from FFB to pay this off, we don't have that ability to borrow that. And the interest rate isn't going to be hugely different, I don't believe, since it's risen so much. If interest hadn't risen yet, I would say we'd be better off to pull it, which is kind of what I thought back in December, but interest has been on a tear since then. So projected interest rate as of right now, and that was, so you can look in here, the 17-year as of today, it's gone down a tick since then. It's 2.28. The cash flow will improve $18,000 a year over what it is now. So either way, we're going to come out ahead of what we were. Inflation could be higher than expected. That would be one reason the 17 years would not be as good as 30. Then next, Brett. The other option is to restructure it into the FFB over 30 years at 2.21% interest. And then at the net present value at 3% inflation is $1,235,000. The total interest of $508,000. And then also you're going to pay for an extra 13 years. It's low interest rate. The cash flow additional is $36,000 over just repricing it, but you pay for it for 13 more years. Cons, inflation could be lower than expected. We do use part of our available loan, which we could need elsewhere. And then our CFC rep won't be real thrilled with us if we do this. And we do need to maintain a relationship with them too. So then last is the CFC loan too. I wanted to get, and this here, it reprices next year in October. It's currently 7.3% interest. Currently, I don't know what's all going to happen. So I don't want to say we want to do this right today, but we may want to do that before then, or we may want to wait. So I'm asking you guys, what do you guys think? Because what I felt like I was very confident on come December when interest was like 1.4. It's not quite as confident at 2.3 or when it was so low, I felt like we couldn't lose if we pulled the money out and just sat on it. Even now, like I told Brett last week, I said, well, if Russia invades Ukraine, I don't know what interest is going to do. Well, it dropped 0.12% this morning. Well, then it came back at the end of the day. If that gets really nasty, it's going to drop even more. So that's why I'm asking you guys what you think here to a certain extent, because I do think so. This here, I think we need to pay off the RUS loans. I'm pretty confident that's the right decision there. The other stuff, I'm not quite so sure. I lean towards reprice it on April 30th, just because that's not too far out, and we're not going to be able to. Bob was here and he did sign off on our stuff. We haven't received it back yet. So once we get our stuff back from Bob, then we can put all our stuff in to have our borrowing from FFB. So I guess the question is do we think by the time we get everything back from Bob, we get everything approved, it's probably going to be the end of March. How much is interest going to change from March 31st to April 30th to justify pulling it on FFB? So that's where that one, the other one, it's more of a, what do you guys think is going to happen? I mean, I'm asking, I don't feel as confident as I did when it was 1 point.
I agree.
Whatever. I just
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, that's why I felt like it was a home run and easy decision. Now it's not as easy a decision. I mean, so that's why I want to know what you guys think we should do.
I think inflation is going to continue more than 1 year.
I do too, but I
did just 1 year with what's going on. It's not going to turn around.
There's an awful lot of volatility.
Oh, a huge volatility, and you could see interest rates skyrocket.
I think that's possible, yes. But it also could be that the Ukraine-Russia thing spills over into other areas and interest craters because everybody runs to the US dollar because they're terrified Europe's going to run out of gas. And which do you think is more? Now that they've invaded, I really feel even more.
More confused.
Yes.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I don't. That's why I'm asking. What do you guys think we should do? I I don't feel like it's an easy answer anymore. The one I feel looks easy. The other ones I don't feel are easy.
So if we refinanced it for 17 years, locking it in now, what rate would that be at?
It'll be the rate on April 30th.
No, if we borrowed the money now from the RUS, I get.
Well, the RUS, we can't borrow yet because it's not all lined up yet. So
How we were gonna borrow money last
we would have had to do that when the time came. So, yeah, but I called,
year? Okay.
we called Bob in October and this was the earliest he could come.
So you're saying the earliest we could refinance?
Probably March 31st, I'm guessing, because I don't have the paperwork back from Bob. Once Bob gives us back all the Form 219s, I have to send all the 219s off to the gentleman at FFB. I've contacted him. He has told me once I get him that, then he'll give me the other form and then I have to fill that out and then they'll give us.
So really, we can't make
So
it.
the earliest we can do any of these is the end of March.
That's, now if Bob gets me everything.
We can put, if we get the okay to go, we'll push like hell to get that done way before.
Yes. But I'm thinking that.
He's just telling you realistically.
It's probably mid-March till by the time we get the 219s, till I get them to the federal government. The federal government approves them. They get me they get the next form in line, get it in, they approve it, and they give us the money. I think March 31st is.
So you'll actually have hard
Money,
for our next board meeting.
hopefully, if they give us, if we get our
Right
219.
now, we're just guessing.
No,
Well,
no. So if you guys approve this, we're going to push Bob to get us those sheets.
we're pushing Bob to get us those.
Can we push Bob either way?
Yeah, we are putting.
Yeah, but I
No
don't,
Bob, but can we push him? I'll help.
changes from now to then, I guess.
No Bob, but
So I guess from my standpoint, the real question is, do you think interest is going to take off between now and April 30th?
I don't think anyone knows that.
And I don't either. So
But let's push Bob so
That's
we
what
can get them.
he's saying is we can't file for it, the drawdown until we get the 219s back from Bob. And then you got to wait on the government to actually.
they got to approve the 219s and then I got to set the
Thing.
595.
Just need to wait a month and see.
When does the interest rate actually get locked in then? When the government approves?
Correct.
Those?
Once I give them the 595 and they say, yep, you're good to go.
But let's say we get this back from Bob in a week.
Well, you're supposed to get it any time now. I mean, I'd be thrilled if it's tomorrow.
My only thing is what if we get this all in a week and then we really, we have
I
to
mean,
get it tired?
what is the thought? I guess I'd like to know which way you want me to, what is everybody's general inclination here? Say today's stuff stays relatively the same. Because realistically, the 17-year CFC money is going to be about the same as the 30-year money from RUS. It's not going to be, I mean, we're talking 7 basis points. That's nothing. I mean, in the grand scheme of things. So I guess my question is one, do you think interest is going to take off between now and April 30th? Then two, do you, what is your thoughts on?
The feds have said they're gonna raise it.
Yes, but that's short-term money. That's not the long-term. So
Goes hand in hand.
somewhat, yes. But they may stop now because of the invasion. I mean, that's,
Theoretically, they would, but
I think they're going to want to stop because the government borrows money beyond belief and they don't really want interest rates. Why they tell us inflation is nothing, but it's really running hog wild. So I guess that's what I'm wondering is for me, I guess the 17-year versus the 30-year is not a huge difference like it was in December when I was looking at this. It was, hey, we could lock this in cheap. I know it's going to be higher. I don't know how much higher it's going to get. Is it worth it to use our borrowing power when we, and then the next question is what do we think is going to happen between now and next fall? I mean, is it worth it to pull the money and sit on it? That's when it was 1%. Yeah, I'd hold it every day and sit on it, but I guess that's, it's not the easy decision it was. And that's, so I guess I'm asking what everybody thinks.
Go back to the first page.
Can we get these emailed to us?
yeah, I will tonight, actually.
So when you're asking, sorry,
This one here?
the one with the 3 loans that Matt says to refinance.
No? Keep going.
Well, that's the top one, but there was another page that I thought that broke that out more. I think maybe the next one.
This one, Jeff?
Yeah. So where were you gonna get the money to refinance these from? We can't get any of this for another month and a half, right?
We currently have the cash on hand. We just pay them off and then pull it the moment we pull the others.
There you go.
That I'm for.
Absolutely. I would agree with that, Matt.
So you're talking about the three small ones?
Yes, yes, because that decision we can make tonight.
I would cut them a check today and go on. Yeah, that would be my.
And then we'll know in a month and a half what we can refinance with actual numbers, and we're not guessing.
But here's the only thing about waiting until next month is there's a good chance Bob could get us this tomorrow.
Yeah, but he was just saying end of month. We went from tomorrow to the end of March. If we can do this regardless of Bob's return on his report.
We're going to pay them off either way.
Yeah, we're going to be paying him off either way.
These we're paying.
We don't have to worry about this Bob.
Get confused.
When we refinance it,
I think Jeff was proposing, Matt said we could use current cash to pay off the 668 as soon as we get Bob's information back.
we
We can pay these off tomorrow and then borrow
And then wait
money.
for Bob's.
and then borrow the money off.
That counts.
Or Bob gets his stuff in, then we'll pull it.
And then who knows what's going on in the world? It might be back to 1% by that time.
I hope so, but I
By
doubt
the
it.
time we hear about Bob.
Hoping we can get like 1.5.
What about Bob? Isn't that a movie? What about Bob?
Matt, on the three loans, and you and I had this conversation the last couple of months, just conceptually, I mean, what we're talking about doing is we're talking about taking a loan it's due in what, 29?
Get 6.5 more years. We're going to pay for it in 30 years.
So we're buying a car and we're getting a low payment because we're amortizing it over 30 years.
If I look at it this way, we've got 5 other cars sitting out there. I figure we're using those.
I mean, that's what we're doing. We're taking a loan that's on the back end of it.
I guess I'm looking at it as money is a commodity either way. So if we can borrow money cheaper over a longer term than what we currently have it, why not do it? I guess
So the collateral,
it'll be different collateral, but
okay,
Plant that we built in the last 3 years.
okay. So
it's all planned. I mean, either way, it's still poles and wires. I get what you're saying. It is more interest.
yeah,
If inflation was running 1% right now, I would say, yeah, we pay it. We let it ride probably, or we pay it off and
and I'm not saying I disagree. I just want to make sure in my mind I'm going through this exercise.
I mean, when interest was 1.4 or 1.3, I borrow as much money as they give us. I mean, I'd probably just let it sit in cash is what I would have done even last fall until we used it the next year, but it's not that way anymore. As it rises, my thought process changes. I mean, if interest is 10%, I don't really want to borrow much money at all if I can help it.
So pending approval, you're going to pay the 268 out of reserves.
Yeah, well, this wasn't,
And then
yeah, it's
pending
not 268. That's the net present value. It's,
pushes Bob off the cliff, get the papers.
I think we'll have that any day now. What he had to do is go through and sign everything. And it was a matter of him signing probably a stack of papers this thick and then FedExing them back to us.
Refinance that at the new rate.
Yes, then we'll go ahead and do that once we get that. That'll be the first thing we push through then is once we get the 219s, I'll get everything in and then I'll go ahead and try to get the 250 back.
On the CFC, you said there was a 4-year option as well as a 17-year option.
You can go with 4 years or any term in between.
Rates different.
That's in this second sheet I gave you is what they are as of today. So the 4-year rate would be dropping to 1.82. So my view is that 2.28 will be much better in 4 years than the savings on the 1.82 today. I do know that less interest than you pay in the short run. I mean, you can, if you took the extra money and you could make it somewhat of a difference, but in general, I mean, if inflation runs wild, you want to pay as slow as you can.
If
I mean,
the crystal ball,
yeah, that's what I asked. What you guys' crystal ball say?
I agree with what Jeff was.
Crystal ball, right?
268.
Magic 8 ball.
So do we automatically refinance it though, or do we wait till the next month?
I think we wait and see what the percentage is.
Right.
They come back, if it goes up to 3 again, or it goes up to 4, I think it just depends on what that interest.
The only problem with that would be, and either way is fine, but the only problem is if we get this information tomorrow, we're gonna want to put in for that loan as soon as possible to get that low rate. And if we're gonna have to wait until next month,
If you expect the rates to go up.
If you expect them to go up.
I am expecting them to go up.
So this is why we're having this.
Magic 8 ball.
My magic ball is,
There's, the other side of that coin is if you're anticipating them going down, you want to wait a month.
Yeah. I don't know what to anticipate now. I had Surefire.
I'm with Jeff, these are gonna go up. The interest rates are not gonna stay the same.
But they could drop for a month. I mean, if Ukraine and Russia spills over,
never know.
anything else, and we have World War 2.5, I
You could
mean,
probably flip
How
a.
much- What will that put us on cash flow if we pay that off? Is that gonna put us in any kind of,
not immediately, no.
not immediately,
Well-
even if we look long-term, that we could go even borrow if we need to. Right now, we can just pay that off.
Yeah.
Okay,
We could borrow it later.
okay, I agree.
So I make the motion to pay those 3 loans off.
I second that motion.
Do we have a first and a second? Any additional discussion for Lot?
Pay the 3 RUS loans off.
Out of cash reserves, right?
Correct.
Yes.
I mean, as soon as I get the paperwork back from Mr. Dew, I will send everything in to hopefully get to where we can borrow our maximum 6.5 million that we're allowed on that loan. And then the question becomes is how much do you want and when does it make sense to pull it? So
And I mean, you're betting, I mean, if you approve
if
borrowing,
your crystal ball is right, you need to not be sitting here, you need to probably be on the beach somewhere. But I think in general, everybody feels like, I mean, inflation is I personally don't see how it could drop lower in the short run.
I don't see any indication.
The biggest thing is I don't see interest ever going back down to where it was,
especially if you think interest is going to next 3-4 weeks go up.
I figure it's 50-50. It's 50-50 if it goes up or down.
I would say half and half.
I would guess we probably all feel the different, it's a flip of a coin.
Yeah. Now, do I think interest is going to be higher in 6 months? I feel a little bit more confident about that.
Yeah, I think if they go down, it's going to be a short term.
Yes, that's what I told back up last meeting, Suzanne. I said, I think we're going to get one opportunity and we got to be ready to hit when that opportunity comes.
I agree.
I thought the invasion of Ukraine was going to do it. And this morning I was like, all right, I was right. Then this afternoon, well, hell, I'm wrong.
You should have sent out a quick email. 0.12, we could have had everything done.
I mean, it dropped the bunch.
Yeah.
It was a massive drop and it came right back.
So look, so from March, so what are they at right now? 2.21. What was it today? The CFC?
2.2.
CFC was 2.28.
17 years.
17 years. I mean, does everybody?
Could go up 0.1% in the next 3 weeks though.
You could.
Or
down.
go the other way.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually dropped about 0.1% in the last 2 weeks. So before that, it risen like crazy. And it was up a full percentage point in about 6 weeks.
But the big key for us on that loan is to have the paperwork back from Bob, right?
Yes, I mean, we got to have
We
that.
We've got to be ready to pull the trigger.
Once he gets that to us, we're going to send it all in the next day. I mean,
Do you know, once we send the paperwork in, the approval process time?
they told me that that they'll go through it once they get it, is what they told me. He didn't promise me anything.
How is that sent?
It's electronically, yes. It's all, he said you send it all, because I emailed him the other week, what exactly do I have to do to get this done as fast as I can? And he gave me pretty much a list. You send all these in electronically, they'll be approved. Then you fill out the 595 form and ask how much money you want. And then we'll approve that and then release the funds. So once all the 219s are in, and we'll have enough to just about hit the 6.5 million, we will have that money available whenever we need it. So once those are in, we'll have the ability to pull fairly quickly. It won't be the wait that we had since contact Bob in October, and then Bob got here in February, and then we were. So we'll be in a much quicker ability to act.
All right, so we have a first and a second to pay off the 249.5, correct?
That is include the pulling of the new loan.
No. No, that's just pay those off now with cash.
Out of reserves, I guess.
Tomorrow.
But does he need authority to do that? Do we need it? Will that be a second vote, I guess, is what I'm asking, for you to pull those funds?
I think it'd be a separate vote to do what? To borrow again.
Reborrow once it's ready to go.
Oh, yeah, right, to replace the, right.
We won't know till those rates.
Right, so that's why we're just paying it off.
We
Pay
don't
it off,
offer it.
right?
Well, I mean, they're
We
gonna
won't know until they get it.
pay, but they'll be,
Then could we say we approve unless the rates go over X amount? That way he can act quicker. We don't have to do an email thing or just, I don't know what would help you, Matt, as far as getting.
I guess if the FFB number drops below 2% for a day, I would sure like to be able to pull the money if I can. If I got everything lined up and I check this every morning, if I check it one morning and it says you can borrow 30-year money at 1.85%, I would really like to be able to pull that money.
Well, but then I'd like to pay off the other loan also, the one that's coming up, borrow enough for it.
And that's fine too.
Should make that in two separate motions.
Yes, I agree. Make the one that pay it off. And then if it drops, you're saying below 2.
What's the number that, I mean,
Say below 2% without a question. My opinion, without a question.
2% or lower.
Below.
1.99 or lower.
Just less than,
They'll just have the authority.
at less than 2. But let's stay with our first motion.
Yes.
We want to go ahead and resolve that. We have a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
I
Okay, so we've approved taking out a reserve on 250. Now, is there another motion regarding going forward?
Okay, go to the next page.
Yeah, and before anybody makes a motion, I want to clearly understand what
Yes,
you're talking about.
and that's where I'm at also. So Matt, it drops below 2. You refinance 30 years.
We want to do that though.
I would think so.
I want to borrow as much money as I can for as long as I can and let it.
it's under 2%, I would
The
agree.
US dollar.
No, you don't. That's only 0.2% less than where it's at now. Is that really gonna change your?
You're gonna try.
2%.
But the idea is if it drops below 2, it ain't gonna stay there for long, right?
You just gain that much.
But if it doesn't drop, so then what?
We can't do anything.
As is.
Then we wait for it to reprice, right? I mean, if it doesn't drop below 2, then we figure out on the April meeting what exactly we're gonna do if we're gonna.
I want to make sure I want to make sure you have clarity, and I want to make sure
Yes.
we haven't put you in an awkward position to
I agree.
not, or to make a decision that we need to be making. I just want to act upon, so I want to make sure it's very clear in what we're doing.
Right, well, that's kind of what I was wanting today too, is I don't want to make what I think is the right choice, and then you tell me.
So with this discussion, if our rate goes below 2, what we're suggesting would be is that we have authorized Matt.
Do we want to pull for all of it then? The CFC the following year, the CFC this year, and the FFB, or what do you think there? Do we want to pull it all, or do we want to?
Say that again,
So there's another CFC loan that reprices next year.
right in October.
This one.
Because I'm not sure what to do with that. But if we're going to pull for the one CFC loan, do we want to pull for that one too?
Drops below 2% and it's at 7.2% now.
But we can't pay it off though until next year.
Right, but can't we pull the money and be sitting on it
We
until?
can pull the money and sit on it, yes.
I'm not saying prepay, I'm saying borrow the money now and pay it next year.
We could.
I'm proposing that as what, if it were
Earmark that money to.
sit on that money.
Who's gonna that's the thing. Who knows what it's gonna be?
If it's under 2%,
I think by then it's gonna.
I think realistically, if we borrow $1 million at 2%, we don't even use it for that, we're still gonna be.
I agree that if we do, and in your question, if it drops below 2%, could we not just borrow that money, sit on it, and October 1st, pay that one?
I think if it drops below 2%, we can borrow all 6.5 million and figure out how to spend it the next time.
Going too far now, Matt.
But you asked what I thought.
And I,
Answer your question, yeah.
Comment on this, one,
But see,
Yes.
this specific one.
To me, I find a lot of wisdom in that.
So
I
we
mean,
do it by loan
every
number?
penny we can get it under 2% and we
If you-
figure we'll find a way to spend it
You don't borrow it now and then just wait it out.
on capital.
Inflation's going up to sit on it till next October.
Exactly.
First,
You asked why.
that would be the best financial thing, but do we need to make that by loan number so we have clarity?
Or do we want to pick a number, borrow $3 million at under 2%? We'll see who's right.
Matt, you're grinning awful big over there.
well,
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. That's, I feel like I told Brett, I said, this is a big discussion in my email the other day. This is a big discussion with a big decision that's going to have a big impact for decades to come.
the
So
motion we made last month, or what we discussed, was borrowing $2,750,000
yes,
to pay off those 3 loans.
yes. In last month, the interest was quite a bit lower than it is
Right.
today, unfortunately. So
Okay, I'm confused. To pay off what 3 loans?
Well, actually, 5.
Yeah, the 3 that we just did.
I grouped them together.
I grouped those two.
The other 2.
I grouped them together too. I call it.
That's why, again, I make sure.
I know.
These, right?
Those 3, those 5, yes.
Yes.
The 3 top, we just voted to pay out of reserves.
Correct.
If you need to make.
Why don't you just do this? Why don't your second motion just be replace this, all of these, if it goes below 2?
I think that's kind of what we were talking about, the one, maybe it makes sense.
I don't oppose that.
I mean, if we have to sit on it for a year, you get it less than 2?
I
I guess my question is 2 too low?
I think we'll get one opportunity at that, maybe 2.
It make,
Back below 2.
make them here.
I think when, my fear is that we won't have all our RUS stuff in place this month. I was back below 2-3%.
And again, that's why Suzanne's going to push Bob. We're going to get.
I
Bring, say what you're-
And again, my question is, are we hoping for too much by hoping it goes below 2?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be
so
3.
fast, though.
Did that number be 2.1? That's, are we going to miss out because
if it
Once if it goes much above 2, I would suggest repricing that one and then sitting on the other one. I mean, that's Brett Plant's opinion.
repricing the top?
What in May?
I
That one?
I agree with Matt and his assessment on the fact that I don't know what that number is. I'm trying to get to what our recommendation was. Right here. I mean, at some point in time, repricing that CFC loan that's coming up.
It depends on what interest does, whether or not that makes sense to pull the money from FFB or just let it reprice with CFC. If FFB, the money isn't, say we don't get the stuff and they take 4 weeks to approve it. Pulling the money on April 7th for a loan that reprices on April 30th probably doesn't make as much sense. But if it's, pulling the money on December 21st would have made sense.
Especially hindsight, knowing what.
Yeah, well, yeah,
But, and I know this doesn't take into account net present value, and I understand all that, but at 2.21, doing that restructuring where you're pulling it out for 30 years, you're paying over $500,000 in interest. I get it. That's in 30 years.
That's the point.
That's a big difference.
That's where the question comes in. And this is where I say, I don't know what the perfect decision is on this one. The other ones, I feel pretty confident.
Other one's perfect.
I think the other one's a no-brainer.
What's the October 1st, 2023 due date? What was that, 7
You
point?
know what I mean there. I don't know what the right choice is on that per se. The other one I feel like is an easy.
7.3.
7.3 and it'll reprice.
7.3.
So,
That's October of next year.
yeah, it's too bad it's in October of this year.
But you can
Last year.
so reprice this $1.3 million in a month, right? Basically.
Yeah, roughly.
At 2.3%,
as of today, but it may be higher, maybe lower.
Correct. That. I don't think I'd restructure them, but I don't like
And
paying
that one,
$500
I
million
think
more in interest and stretch it out over a long period.
And that's what I said. That's my analogy of buying a car and paying it for 30 years.
Well, that
And a
one,
low payment.
The first one is the best.
I'm paying, gonna end up paying $175,000 for it.
So let's leave this one and go back to that's October 1st, 23 at 7%. What if we,
Well, you're sitting on the money for a year and a half.
you sit on the money for a year.
Sit on the money for-
There's a cost to having done that.
Yeah.
Now, we can mitigate it some by prepaying Hoosier and stuff like that, but there still is a cost to having that money borrowed. We'll pay the interest and
but it's
But
still,
really,
if it's under 2% versus 7.3, it comes back full in our pocket
On the other,
well, we still have to pay the 7.3 until.
October.
Yes. So we're gonna be paying.
That's the kicker.
That's the kicker is we got 18 months, we're gonna pay interest on it while we hold the others.
on the other loan that reprices this month or at the end of April, whatever it was.
The end of April.
It reprices at the end of April. In repricing, they're just gonna take the current interest rate. at the
They are, yes.
time, Right?
Yes.
What we're suggesting, just again, clarity, we're talking about potentially borrowing money to pay that son of a gun off.
Yes.
And over a longer period of time.
Locking it in over a longer period of time. Although paying an additional
Yes.
$500,000.
That's why I say that one's a harder choice than the others.
If that wasn't such a big difference, like the first one, it's not that much of a difference.
It's-
Couple, 20 grand more. Members are going to spend 20 grand more over time. Now, Matt's point of net present value, I get that, but
Well, your P and L is gonna have a $500,000 negative impact by doing that over the life of that loan.
so do we just borrow that one for 20 years?
you can't.
Yeah, you could borrow FFB money for 20 years, but if you're gonna do it,
Oh.
you either go all or nothing. I mean, you either let it reprice for 17 or you borrow it for 30. That's my thoughts there.
Again, I'm not saying I'm
Go big or go home, right?
not saying I won't do it. I just, it's just,
That one, I don't know what the right choice is for sure. I mean, I feel very confident that the RUS stuff, you pay off and reborrow if you.
You look at that maturity date on that restructuring though.
52.
So. That's what like you said, I need to know what exactly you guys think. I mean, I think if it gets below 2, I do think that's a low enough number that we're gonna get maybe 1 or 2 opportunities, and that probably makes it worthwhile, because by the time you hit, if it gets below 2, it won't be below 2 in April. I think, but
So we lock in $1.5 million. If it gets below 2, it'll pay off the 3 loans and this loan. But if we come to this time in April and it's still a good time, the interest rates are low,
we could still just.
we snap that over and we have the money.
We got the money that-
Finish out the work plan for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
You have an option.
Well, that, and you also would have it then for the loan that reprices the following year too.
October of next year.
Possibly. You do have options, yes.
That would give you options. If it gets to your magic number of
Yes.
below 2.
yeah, but see, then I'm gonna throw out there again.
Is that too low?
Is it too high though? Maybe it gets to 1.5.
Yeah, but 1.5 is below.
Crazy saying it's going to go below 2. These interest rates are never going to go below 2.
Never's a very long.
Yep.
That's my,
Never.
right? That's exactly my point is if they go,
Okay, not never, but not in my lifetime.
if they go down to 2.1.
I never thought they'd come back down again this, 5 years ago, I never thought they'd be low too.
Did we?
They were in
This
December.
vote by a 10. Well, that's exactly the point that I'm still struggling with. If we go down to 2, which the trends I see, because I think they're going to go up, and there may be a blip that goes down. If they go down to 2.1 and we voted to 2, we've missed the boat.
Well, we always can revisit this next month too. I mean, I could bring back this exact same 2 spreadsheets and we can see where we are.
But between now and next month, is there such a motion we can make to make it to 2? That you can have the authority to do that?
Be below 2.
If it gets below 2, can't we have an authority to do that?
And I guess maybe that's.
It doesn't hurt anything.
If it gets to 1.9 and we get it, great. If it stays
It's
at
the best of both.
2.5, sorry, we missed it.
Try, yeah.
Can we agree on 1.5 million?
I think if it, I would also say if it gets below 1.5, we borrow 6.5 million. Take every dollar.
You just send us all an email and we'll just reply yes.
I mean,
Is the 1.5 just a number to take care of
It
that?
would take care of that if we needed it. If not, we use it for the work plan later in the year.
I'm not opposed to the 1.5. I need the 508 to go.
at what percent would you let me borrow all of it though? That's the question. 1%, 0.5%?
Not gonna happen.
Never? There's gotta be a point where
I'm almost inclined to say if it goes below 2 tomorrow.
I almost feel that way too. I felt if it got to 1%, I would jump up and down and scream, we need to borrow all.
I just think the overall trend is this way, and there might be a blip.
Well, that's what I was
It's not gonna.
I thought the blip was today. I really did. And then it lost it. Now granted, maybe
The dip you're gonna see in my lifetime.
I'm fine with number 5, Jeff. Oh, I don't.
Dan?
I don't know.
I think that I'm with the 2% because with 2.2 and 2.3,
Dollar amount.
I'm not.
1.5?
1.5, I'm, I
2.5, 3, 4.
think the 1.5.
Ryan, you're quiet.
Yeah. 1.5.
Yeah, I'm almost inclined to say if it goes below 2.1, do 1.5. If it goes below 2, do 2.5 million.
Yeah, but you might have already reacted to the 2.1.
Yeah.
Or you're saying in addition to.
I guess we send out a mass text, emergency text if it gets below 1.5.
If it gets below 1.5, yes.
Send us an emergency text.
I will say we need
Not an email, a text.
A text.
text, we need to borrow $5 million.
Guess I'm not carrying my iPad.
5.
No, we've already.
already used the one.
We already borrowed the 1.5.
Oh, that's right.
You got us all on your phone there.
5 million more to get that.
All right, well, I'll take a motion.
Borrow 1.5 million if it's at 2% or less.
So when it gets to 2, we're good, or is that, that's his no timer, is that at the end of
2
the day?
or less is what you said.
Yeah, okay.
So so the other question is if it gets to 1.99.
Still working on it.
No, if it gets to 1.99, I send the stuff in and by the time they close the loan, we're at 2.03. I mean, nobody's gonna have an issue with that, right?
Yeah, because the fluctuation.
It's gonna vary a little bit. I'll
That's just.
get it as,
I mean, I'm certainly not questioning your, I understand that. I mean, it's right.
Yeah.
that could be quite a bit on them. Tack it onto your electric bill.
Thanks. So you made the motion, Jeff, correct?
Yes.
At 1 point.
And that motion was 1.5. If it got below 2%,
2 or less.
2 or less.
if it gets to 2, we're gonna act.
Second.
As soon as we get stuff in, so.
Take care.
And the primary purpose of this money is for refinancing,
Correct. Restructuring.
restructuring debt. I'm good with that.
So we have a first and a second. Any additional discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say.
Jason, did you hear any of that?
Yeah, I heard it.
Did you vote?
No, I didn't vote.
I don't think it really matters, does it? Well, you don't have to. I don't think it matters.
What do you think, Jason?
Don't do that
Man,
again.
now you and we've had lots of discussions about interest in borrowing. I think you know where my stand is. You've done a lot of work on this. I trust your vision. I'm good with what happened tonight.
It's good with it, right?
Yeah. I'm good.
All right,
I put unanimous.
okay. Let's go to the next topic. So, ready to the next topic? Board governance.
How does future thing's gonna take? I'm just telling you.
Out of the strategic event that we had in December. The board's decision was to do a board assessment. I gave some handouts at the end of last meeting with a couple of different quotes. You know, we also voted on the resolution, I believe. That's the resolution. Yeah, that includes that initiative, the board assessment. So, you know, I think we all need to be in this event, but you guys to help decide on who we want to do that. And I'm okay if there's additional folks we want to look at, but I don't want this to go another 3 months. I think we need to get somebody involved. Anybody have any thoughts? Lay, what's your thought?
Pass.
Oh. Carl?
I don't think the whole lot gonna change.
Okay, so you're saying something's not going to change, but didn't we vote that we were going to go ahead and do something? No. It sounds to me like you're giving up by making that comment, though. What's that? I think there's opportunities ahead of us. I really do. But I think we have to take those opportunities and run with it. Suzanne?
It's all probably going to depend on who the administrator is and how it's ran. I think that's such a key point to it. To benefit any of us and or the members through that. It is not a cookie cutter thing that they just fill in the blanks and fill in the blanks that I've been to multiple times that just seem like.
So that's your concern with.
Who administrating it. I think who administers it and not just a cookie cutter fill in the blanks that we get the same information back.
I think Dale, you said at the last meeting, one of the estimates that we got came from
Kevin and some.
Yeah.
I had him for a class, but it's been 3 or 4, I don't remember.
Nobody else had.
I don't remember. I remember specific. It was the first one I think I went to. Jason and I were in attendance. I talked to him and he forwarded the information, but I can't remember anything. It's about his personality or characteristics or charisma or anything like that.
So, and you know who he is. If I threw a name, if Brian Singletary, we're in agreement to do this, would you be receptive of that, Jeff?
I can work with them.
Could you work with one of those other people maybe?
I don't know them. I mean,
Well, when I say could you work, I mean.
oh yeah, I can work
on what you.
I will be a part of this. The only thing is we're gonna get into busy seasons. But
I know that. Now, when I made the contact a month ago, both the quotes that we received, those folks said that they could do it in a matter of a couple of weeks. There'd be an initial assessment via email, and then I think they both wanted to attend basically a day with us.
I think that's needed face to face.
Yeah, that's just, I think, a one-day event, so.
I thought the one was a lot higher than the other, and the one that was cheaper was the one I said was that shot up about having to do it.
Right, and that's who you saw it, that was Kevin, and it was right around 4, if I'm not mistaken. I do not know him. Is that not on there?
Well, I'm looking for his name on here.
Oh, maybe I didn't give you a name. I hit it down, I put it.
This one's clearly 4 and this one's 7,500 or 11. But I don't see his name on here.
I know I have a copy of some.
I see a,
Is there an amount there on that one, a 4?
yeah, there's the amount of 4 right here.
You don't see his name.
$1,000 and that's the all-in cost.
Okay, then that is Kevin. I can assure you that. The other ones. Jeff, are you concerned about the outcome of it? I mean, do you think it could be a positive? Doing the
yeah.
self-assessment?
I think at the very least, we've got to try. We absolutely owe it to our positions as directors and to the membership and staff. We've got to.
I had a phone call from a member about a month and a half ago, and there was a question brought up, and I said, we're working on things, and out of this event came this initiative, and I thought that was a great opportunity, because that was one of those, but I think we owe it to ourselves, actually. I heard Jason make comment about the one being about half the cost. I mean, we can go with the motion, or if you still want to think about it, but I'd like to do something before the end of next month or before the next board meeting to approve it, if you're willing to approve it over the as well. You want to think about it? I know what that means. We've got to have everybody in agreement that we're going to do it. Before I would do it over email. Does everybody still have a copy of what Dale's reading?
I mean, I've got to share or read or whatever.
I remember seeing.
So I'm going to ask you again, your thoughts on having a self-assessment.
Part of me wants to say, Brian said we got, I can't recall the dollar figures or whatever it is, but I will give Brian.
I didn't even know if he would consider doing this. He's the one that gave a couple names.
Yeah.
Would you not agree that it's something we should consider doing as a board?
I'm okay with it.
Brian, are you good with it? Okay.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to who we have to do it.
Yeah, I do too.
I said, I think it just comes down to who we have do it. I think it's something we need to do.
I think you bring up a good point on that, but is there an opportunity for you to see if there's, is there somebody you're leaning toward, or, maybe another province? No. No?
I'm not for sure. I know, I've been in several different events like that. And a lot of them, I just fill in the blank cookie cutters. I can almost tell you what they look like. I could give you copies, so I think just the administrator of House ran is just that's the main point of it.
Could you arrange calls with the different options? Talk to them?
I guess maybe reach out to Singletary and just see.
Tell a lot by having a conversation.
Talk to Singletary about him doing it, or just what do you think?
You propose just to see if he does.
I said I could reach out to him and see if he would consider that.
Because he suggested these two, didn't
He did, and I mentioned that, yeah. He may be willing, maybe at who knows what price, but I'll do that. I'll let you guys know, but as I said, I'm hoping that you'll all in agreement before the end of our next board meeting. Okay?
It's like 70 slides and we gotta get.
Really? Yeah, time constraint, we're trying to.
I'm going to check the weather. Because if it's icing, you don't have time.
I'm getting multiple texts right here now too. I am, but that's more like Milroy area, but they said it is.
What?
Oh, the weathering down.
Good way.
We wanted to go through the Hoosier stuff because Hoosier's gonna be here next month.
Seems to still be rain.
Is it?
And so it would be a great opportunity. And I'll be quite honest, this is you're going to glaze over it the first time anyway. So I thought it'd be a good idea. Jason's going to actually give this, but I think it's going to be easier with me going through it. So
I think we need to talk about our legal consultant.
We'll do both. I mean, it's raining now, we're fine. So we can go ahead and do the legal consultant first. That's okay. So I was very kind of generic there. We've had a lot of discussion in the past. And so I put it on the agenda. I know, Jeff, you had mentioned that about last month as well. We kind of torn on a couple things though, because we talked about at a real minimal level, the policy itself. And then I think we've expressed about finding a legal consultant. And so I guess I would question the fact is, do we need to change the policy before we choose a consultant? Do we choose a consultant to help us change the policy?
I would like to make a motion.
And hang on.
Okay, go ahead.
And I guess I would then ask the question, what are our restrictions when we create this legal consultant? In other words, I know Brett uses a lot of different lawyers for various options. And I think we have to realize that this isn't just saying we're going to use this lawyer for everything that we do here. That's my opinion. That's my kind of plan.
That's how the policy's written.
Pardon me?
I believe that's how the policy's written.
Only use one?
No, it's just the board. I want to get to where this board has legal representation.
Okay.
That's where I, right?
So that's what you're honing in on. This is for the board
And board governance,
and board governance.
which is the,
So with that said,
That's where I'd like to make the motion to get Brian Garrison as our legal counsel.
so we had the one quote, or I say quote, I guess.
well, first I'll second his motion. But I sent an email right before the meeting started because Brian responded to me at 5:30 today and I sent it to the board. It's an email that he'll come to this board meeting on his dime and work with us to restructuring what we want. Do we want him at every meeting? We not want him at every meeting. And then he didn't have time today to give me a firm proposal, but he will work with us on developing service that we want, not just its. So we can work that with him.
Very good.
Are we in the discussion where we at?
Well, I was going to say,
I just wanted to make sure everybody's second that email was there.
I was going to ask for additional discussion, so.
Well, with that being said, I would rather meet with him before I vote on approving him. But do that meeting first and then
We
we
have no legal counsel right now,
exactly. We haven't had for,
and that's a problem.
yeah.
Since
So I'd rather meet with him first and talk it over. We only have one quote. I'd like to have another quote from somebody else. I don't like approving things with one quote.
And
This is where I stand. That's why.
Dale, you were going to.
Well, it's just more of a question. Is this a desire to get coverage or to change from par rich?
we don't have coverage for board. We don't have legal coverage right now.
So we do.
So who are we going to?
But we do. Isn't it Wickens? Isn't it?
Well, I guess that's what I'm saying. You're saying we don't have an attorney on retainer?
No,
What you're suggesting?
We don't have an attorney since July. We haven't used Wickens and Wickens since July. Well, I mean,
They were just
the
here
nice law
nights
firm is the same as Wickens. Yeah, but we're not using, it was my understanding that Don Wickens is our legal attorney through Wickens and Wickens.
And again, I'm not a lawyer, but in the policy is attorney, well, maybe it's where it's really attorney slash,
That's
I mean.
who was legal counsel for years.
So Jeff,
Wickens have been the attorney here
Pardon?
for 50 years.
Yeah, A. Wickens has been an attorney here.
But then that's what we need to decide.
But I mean, he was here last,
Why there hasn't been a vote every year, because it's never changed, right? I mean, now to say that there needs to be a vote every year, that very well may be something that you guys need to discuss.
Yeah, and I agree. But Dale, did we cut you off? You were starting.
I'm just trying to find clarity for Clay's motion, Jeff seconds. And I think what I heard, and I don't, I'll put this in the form of a question. I think what I hear, the motivating factor is the two of you are of the opinion that we do not have legal representation for this board.
That is
That's why
approved
you're.
by this board, correct.
Okay, so then my next question would be similar to what Brian says. Could we entertain Par Richie for that same level of scope of service?
I do not support Par Richie at all
Because
of what's happened in the past.
Guess I'm also curious, Clay, have you met Brian Garrison before? Why did you?
Brian Garrison from a goat.
From what?
I don't know Brian Garrison from a goat.
Oh,
Okay,
that's confusing why you nominated him when you never.
because there's between, he's kind of getting some new blood in here. The Wickens has been here forever. We've used Par Richie forever, nice lot, whatever you want to do it. And it's getting some new blood in here.
So it doesn't have to be Brian Garrison. It's anybody. You'd be fine with anybody new.
Say it again.
It doesn't have to be Brian Garrison. You'd be fine with anybody new.
He was a
According
gentleman.
to that statement.
As far as that's concerned, Brian's offered to come here and talk to us and go over a few things. Yes, on that. Now,
He's the only one that's probably been contacted. Other than I think Aaron, I know Jason said he had talked to her. I talked to Aaron this last week at IEC meeting. Her quote was about 350, even though she didn't give a formal proposal. I just asked her what her hourly rate would be. So,
I mean, I'm not opposed to entertaining a presentation from Brian Garrison. I'm just trying to understand the motivating factors behind that. With that being said, I think the prudent thing is to not just take the proposal and act on it. The presentation or whatever you want to call it, quote. Because his retainer is almost to the penny what we spent the whole year last year.
legal fees last year.
Attorneys representing us.
I would like an attorney for the board that represents and communicates to all the board members equally, not just a few board members. And I feel like if we have someone other than the Par Richie, which has happened in the past since I've been on the board, not everything's been communicated to me through.
So you don't think that's happened in the past?
You don't think so? There's things that communicated. There is, yes, correct.
Tell me, give me an example.
When Jeff was censored, I walked in and you guys were all aware of that situation with Par Richie, and that was not communicated to me. That's not fair for a board attorney to pick and choose who gets that information ahead of time, regardless of what topic it is. That's not equally fair.
We do have a first and a second.
The motion is to have Brian.
Clay, would you repeat your motion, please?
my motion was to have Brian Garrison as legal counsel.
Any additional discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Right.
Oppose? Same.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Does not pass.
I'm not opposed to entertaining information from him, but I'm not inclined to act based on.
So then, with that being said, I make a motion that he comes next month, or we have a special board meeting to meet with him. And he can do his presentation.
Sounds like
You need to have more than one presentation.
Well, so what do you
Cost
propose,
alone
Jason?
warrants a second presentation.
Pardon?
Cost alone.
His costs alone warrant a second presentation. He's nearly double what we're paying now.
So Brian, what do you want then for?
I don't know
Bring
that,
Brian in,
I don't know that next month is a good month. It sounds like it's pretty busy.
so let's have a special meeting then. It's important that we get legal counsel.
And if we have a special board meeting, are you receptive to hear more than one proposal?
Sure. You could do it early in the next start.
Let me ask you a question, because could we do that virtually? Or would you, it'd probably be prefer?
No.
Something like that face to
Just in
face.
person.
Yeah.
Who would be the other presenters?
I would be in favor of Par Ritchie.
Now that's going to be a stalemate again.
So Jeff, do you believe that if suit were brought against us as directors, we would not have legal representation? Is that where you're at?
Yes, it is. I believe, the way I read the policy, we're all to have access to this legal counsel. It represents the board.
So you said it would be a stalemate again. So am I to assume that since you and Clay made the motion for Brian, that Suzanne and Carl also will only support Brian?
Not only, but that was the one that was presented, and we've been discussing this for 6 months.
That's exactly why we need a presentation from a second law firm.
Is there an issue with Brian Garrison?
I'm sorry?
I'm, are you asking Jason or me, or?
Whoever, I'm,
I'm a little concerned about the cost.
but the whole point is to get him in here to go through this and to tailor things to what we're needing instead. That was a broad number, if I remember it correctly. That was a pie in the sky or broad number to work with. Now, once we get him in here and talk to him, is there an issue with Brian, not Garrison, anybody knows of?
I'm not fundamentally opposed to Brian Garrison. I just don't, aside from him making one or two presentations, I've never met the man. The price causes me to raise an eyebrow.
In general, causes me to.
With
everybody, with the whole.
$650 an
That's all
hour.
right. I mean, but at least it gives him a chance to come in here and talk to us and.
Yeah, I'm fine listening to him. I just.
And that's the way I am. But again, I think the prudent thing is to have, I don't need to have one presentation and act on it. Like, it's not the way I would do business.
Okay.
The reason that I'm advocating for Par Ritchie, in my conversation with Erin, she recognized and brought to my attention the fact that a lot of our policies and bylaws are in desperate need of an update. That's her expertise, and that's what I feel like need.
So is that the second person you want to do the presentation?
Well, since we're currently working with them, I think that makes sense, yes.
And I think as long as everybody comes in with a mind. So are we in agreement to hold a special meeting to support that process? Yes.
Question. 2 meetings, one with Brian there. Is that what we're doing? Or just-
Try to do it in one session.
Maybe they could carve.
Just asking, I was trying to.
So we're gonna have trouble with the schedule. We have schedule between now and next board meeting.
Coordinating the two of them to come the same day.
Well, that might be challenging. I don't know that that'll be as complicated as trying to get all of us available.
Don't we pretty much all know Aaron though?
That,
Don't we all are familiar with Aaron?
I think everybody in here is at Garrison, but Clay. Correct?
That's fine. So those two. Or does somebody want someone else?
Well, you want me to try to schedule something? See, I mean, I'm open for dates.
To be totally honest, Suzanne's schedule is the most rigid, so I will make whatever works. If I got 2 weeks' notice, I'll flex my schedule. So if it's a Wednesday night's best, or whatever night,
Assuming evenings.
that's it, they can do.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm assuming evenings.
Let's get some good dates from them first. I'll try my best.
Okay.
Get dates from them first, I would say, and then I'll try my best.
Is there a better day though at this point? Tax season is probably not a better day.
Wednesday, I'm always in Greensburg Wednesday.
All right, let's see what happens there. Yeah, usually.
Like I said, I glazed over this all first time, so I'm gonna try to go through it fairly slow, but anyway, the reason we wanted to go through this was there's a lot that's gone on at Hoosier. And then Donna's gonna be here next month, so. Anyways, I'm gonna start through this. So first thing is kind of like why. So what's changing? What's causing, why are we shifting around? Why are we doing a cost of service study? Well, it's because of really something we call a long range resource plan, right? So the way this works is Hoosier is required to do a power requirement study. So what that is it's a forecast, right? It's a forecast of all 18 members and what their loads are going to be. It's required by RUS and it's updated every 2 years. That power requirement study then goes into what they call an IRP. IRP is required by the commission every 3 years, right? So then the IRP gets done and then it goes into what we call an LRP, which is a long range resource plan. It's typically conducted every other year. So out of the LRP, which you'll see the schedule here in a minute, what came out of that was Hoosier saying we're going to change our portfolio, right? We're going to go from something that looks like this to something that looks like this. Major changes. We're also going to retire Merrim early. So it would have been completely paid off and off the books in 38. The idea was to move that to 23. So those are the two major changes. This is why we're doing a cost of service study and why it's changing their rates and our rates. And that's what I say here, right? So the cost will shift at Hoosier, which if costs shift at Hoosier, they change their rates because it's cost causation, which means that it's going to cause us to change our rates because things are going to shift. So that's the why. Give you a little bit of background information on the process that we went through. It started in February of 19. The board approved this LRRP in January 2020. I'm not going to go through all these steps, but that's basically the process. So the factors that were used, so how did we measure each of the different scenarios? Actually, there was a ton of these, the entire board sort of voted on these and we came up with, these were the most important. There was a measuring mechanism for each one of these things. Low wholesale rates, rate stability, predictability, sustainability of the portfolio, resource diversity, and employee impact. Those were what all of these scenarios were measured against. These were the major scenarios that we tested the model against, right? So you have a model, you put all these scenarios in there and you test them and it gives you a score for all these factors. There was many more that were done, but these were the major ones, right? So you have a base case, you have a stagnant economy, customers in control, flat gas, decarbonization, challenge gas, high gas prices. This is what the scorecard looked like. Again, this is just a screenshot of the scorecard. So again, on January 2020, the board approved a new long-range resource plan with plan to retire Miram in May 2022, transition to a more diverse portfolio. I think you guys probably saw this, but it basically, and when we say savings here, this is really a avoided cost of $700 million over 20 years. Diversity, obviously, the portfolio is changing to more of a diverse instead of having most of our eggs in the coal basket. And then rate stability and almost an 80% carbon footprint reduction. This map got shown a lot from 19 as far as this is what would have happened if we did nothing with the current portfolio. And then with the recommended plan that we went forward with, those were the ranges. And this is dollars per megawatt, right? So there's a pretty big difference between do nothing and what we did. All right, so now what's the impact on us, right? So how does that change our impact? And this is where we get in there pretty heavy. So energy and demand shifts to reflect the cost of service today. So Hoosier is changing how much money they're recovering. So their energy charge is going to change compared to their demand charge because their portfolio is changing. So their costs are changing. So those shifts are going to occur. And you'll see those here in a minute. Miram stranded cost. So Miram's cost is in our demand charge today. Tomorrow, it's going to be taken out of the demand charge and it's a fixed cost on our bill. And you'll see what those numbers are here in a minute. And again, that was done, well, I'll go into it here in a moment. CP, so CP is when Hoosier peaks, right? So that's how we measure some of our demand cost on our Hoosier bill. CP is now measured at the MISO peak rather than the Hoosier peak. It's always been the Hoosier peak. We send out a load control. They measure at their peak. Now it's going to be at the MISO peak. If you look at the demand rates today, on Hoosier's end, right? Their production, their summer demand is more expensive than their winter demand, right? So they're changing that a little bit because they're anticipating MISO is going to have a winter capacity market. So they're not tilting it, is what they call it, as much. So when you look at the new rates, summer production costs, so summer demand won't be as tilted because it's a lot more expensive today than it is winter demand. This one aligns us a little bit. And then we match there's a excess net kVAR charge on our industrial rate that's going up. So before I want to show you the changes to the tariffs, I wanted to go through the current tariffs, right? So background, the current tariffs from Hoosier were put in place in 2009. They were implemented in 2010. They've been adjusted a few times, most recently in 19. But when you say adjusted, that means that the revenue requirements stayed the same. They just adjusted the energy and demands. So today, if you look at the standard wholesale rate that we get, there's a $2,500 minimum monthly charge. There's a production demand. Production demand is basically what they consider a 3 CP summer and winter demand. Shoulder months are the average of the summer and winter. Production is determined by today by the Hoosier peak, and summer demands are priced higher than winter demands. Just that I'm going to get. And then you have load control. So they'll call us and say, hey, we're going to have a load control event. They measure your production demand in the summer and the winter during those load controls. So I was just talking about load control. You only do load controls today. Hoosier bases that upon their power marketing group, and they only do them in the summer and the winter. It's got to be between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. So again, load control, this is a big difference change because the load controls of the future are going to look different, right? So in the summer, it can be a monthly load control. It can occur anytime in June, July, and August. It can occur several times over those
within the same month. They are during the weekdays for 3 hours. In the winter, it's December, January, February, and there's 2. So they can call in 2 different timeframes. Here's a picture of what it looks like. Again, so this is the production demand. So January, February, March, they measure. Then it's the average of the 3. Measure. It's the average of the 3. That's the production demand. So this is the transmission demand. So we get a transmission, substation demand charge. Today it's a 12 CP, which means they measure it CP every single month, not with the load control. And then substation radio lines, it's an NCP demand. Energy, we have a on-peak, off-peak structure today. And then we have the margin tracker power cost adjustment. Here's a picture of that. And here's the energy picture. You can see there's, so for June, July, and August, there's higher priced energy depending on when the peaks are, and in the winter, the same thing, there's 2 of them. So energy cost us different during those 3 months, 6 months. Power factor is how efficient you're using your power, right? So someone that's using 100% of their power, they'd have 100% power factor. No one's like that, right? So 97% is actually a really good power factor. You are charged if it's less than 97% on the NCP, and then if it's less than 95% on the average. So there's 2 different places that we get charged power factor. So that's the standard power tariff. This is the industrial power tariff. Their production, transmission, and substation demands are all combined. So they got one demand charge with all of those. You have an energy charge, power factor applies, and then they have a tracker just like the standard wholesale. Again, there's a picture of theirs. Their demand is every NCP every single month. These are the changes. So this is where I'm going to slow down a little bit, make sure everyone kind of gets this, because these are the major. Okay, so the minimum monthly charge was $2,500. It's going up to $2,900. We don't ever get hit on month. We don't have substations that don't have usage, so that'll never apply to us. Production demand is going to be coincident with the MISO peak. So no longer is it the Hoosier peak, it's the MISO peak. And then billing demand's not dependent on load control. So load control is really being uncoupled, which is going to cause us a few problems. These are the new charges, which you'll see here in a chart in a minute. Basically, we're going to measure production demand the exact same way. It's just the cost is different. And you'll see that here in a minute. Transmission demand, it's a 12 CP, same thing as it is. The only difference is in July, August, it's going to be this MISO peak again, like I just talked about. And then the other ones are the system, the Hoosier system. Substation, nothing changes there. The other thing it is different, I guess, you guys won't see this, but it's on the bill. Member services used to be a part of this charge. So this was all one charge, and we've separated those out. I'm skipping through some of these. So here's the rate comparisons. So as you can see, energy, previous rate, on peak rate. So this is both for industry and so our energy rates are the same for the industry rates compared to the standard wholesale rates. So you can see the energy rates actually dropping, on peak, off peak's dropping also. And then if you look at the standard wholesale rate, summer was $10, it's now $7. The winter was $7.35 and it's now $6.24. Transmission demand is going from 470, so it's going up. And then the substation and radio lines, like I said, these two were combined. Now they look like that. On the industrial tariff, it's going from $12 down to $11. Again, these were combined. And then industrial, so this is the IPT rate, 990 to 852 and 62 to 62. Power factor, this is going to affect our industries. It is going up by almost double to basically a penny per kVAR charge. Nothing's changing in the industrial, it's still basically the same. The construct of the actual bills. Miram stranded costs. So Miram was supposed to be 2038. And so it's got debt against it and unrecoverables on that, on Miram, right? So there's got to be a cost recovery for that if you're going to retire it early. And so that's what I'm going to go over now. So as part of the rate redesign initiative, the Mayor's Association endorsed recovering Miram stranded costs as a fixed cost. So no longer will it be in demand, it'll be a fixed cost charge on our bill. Results in more appropriate price signals because it is a fixed cost now, right? It's not producing anymore. Will be allocated to historical building units. So they're going to look, and I'll go into this here in a minute, but it's going to look back at our historic, it's going to look at every co-op's historical building units to end up figuring out what you are allocated of the stranded cost. It's represented as a fixed amount on the monthly power bill. It's recalculated every 3 years. The whole issue is okay, what happens if somebody loses a big load? Like they're going to be paying more of that stranded cost than what possibly they should. So there's a way to remeasure that every 3 years. And then there's a prepayment option. So the methodology of how we're going to recover this, it's 5-year weighted average approach. And it's considering seasonal demand and energy billing units. So what they're going to do is they're going to look at our energy and demand, right? 50-50 of that over the past 5 years. And it will create an allocation factor of what we're going to get of that stranded cost. For the rate design, it's coming up. So for the April 23rd, that's the implementation of their new rates is April 2023. 5-year period is going to be used 2018 to 2020. Remember that these numbers are going to be a little bit off because they were based upon 2015 through 2019 originally. We're going to show that here in a minute. So this is the annual amount that has to be basically recovered. And so all these are all the co-ops. You take your demand, your energy, you weight it 50-50, and it shows you exactly what, again, this number will be a little different. This is what's going to be annually taken out of our demand charge and put into a fixed cost. That number right there. Roughly around there per year. So that's going to be, you take that 1.8, you divide it by 12, that will be on our bill every single month. Now remember, it's getting taken out of the demand. So demand is coming down. So every 3 years, we're going to look back at the last 5 years. Same way, you're going to look at 50% energy, 50% demand. That's going to create the allocation factor, the entire stranded cost, and that's how they'll allocate every 3 years. So essentially, in 3 years, you'll get it done on the past 5 years. Members will incur fixed charge for their proportion of the allocation. This is basically just saying every 3 years, it's not like it's going to reset. It's what you end up. So if your load changes dramatically, it's not like you're going to end up overpaying is what it's basically telling you. Load control. Load control, they're going to keep the same way, but there's no real incentive and it could be different than what your actual peak measurement or billing peak is. So we could do a load control based upon Hoosier's peak and it may not be the same as MISO's and we would know that, right? So we're going to be we could be sending out load controls to our LCP rates. Not going to matter at this point. So basically it was decoupled. There is going to be a tool that they're going to come out. There's a program that they've started for folks that are like on our LCP rates, where if they can commit to being interrupted, that they would sign up through this program through a contract, not through the rates. So now what for us, right? These are kind of our next steps. We're going to need to work through with our rate consultant on the best way for DCREMC to recover that fixed charge. Some co-ops are going to keep it in their demand rates and just leave it alone. Some are going to spread it over energy and demand. Some will put it as a fixed cost on a bill and just charge everybody equally. I honestly don't know what the right answer is. So we're going to have to work with our rates consultant and figure out the best way to do that. No, Matt. I know Matt's opinion already. We'll need to work with the rate consultant on the best way to deal with the LCP rates. So we have two or three on LCP rate that's going to be affected. You guys know who those are. So we're going to have to work through those members to possibly change the way we do that. And then our interruptible, which we have one on, and they're already aware of this, is going away. There is no more interruptible rates. So with all that, I thought it'd be, or Jason thought it'd be good to show you some of the rate outlook stuff that we've been getting, because it's changing, as if anyone knows about the coal and gas markets right now. So this is over 2021. So this is the average over 2021. These are all the 18 co-ops, and this is where we're at. So you can see we're less than what the average is, and the member average is right there per megawatt. I don't know how, I'm sure you guys are all aware of this. Coal, natural gas prices represent, I mean, basically what they're saying here is their hedging has allowed them to not see 7% increases where it could be 50%, because that's what the market is changing. It's very volatile right now. Coal is hard to come by. I think some of our, it's over doubled what some of our contracts are usually. So this is the rate outlook. So this is where we have been for years. It was projected originally to be down here in 2026, right? With the new update based upon coal in the market, this is where we're seeing we're going to be. So it's still a decrease from here down to here in 2026. So I think the rate outlook is very, I think it's fair to say, a stable outlook at this point. Who knows? Just like the conversations we were having about interest, this got different too. So that's the presentation. And again, if we're going to go over this multiple times, but we are going to have to start getting into conversations on what we want to do with that fixed cost, because that is something that's completely different than what's on our bills today. That'll change a lot. So anyways, any questions?
That's through 39, so additional 1.8.
2038.
Yeah, sorry.
38. Oh,
Yes.
38. Well,
Yes.
So can I talk for a minute?
Yes.
First of all, I want to apologize to the board. I had planned this whole trip around being at the meeting tonight in person with the weather. A lot of flights were canceled yesterday. So my apologies for that, because I really wanted to be there to go through this Hoosier stuff. Secondly, I want to say that the board meeting lasted all the way from the airport in Phoenix to getting on the plane to flying to Indy, and I'm at baggage claim in Indy. So it's a long meeting. And also the Hallador information, Brett, you might want to highlight that a little bit. That email went out. But what I wanted to tell you guys was, if anybody has any questions about any of this or wants to talk about it one-on-one, call me, send a group email. We can talk about it more. But like he said, Donna and our staff will be here next month, so we should have some good discussion then.
Did you guys all get the Hallador deal? So basically, what's happening is Hallador owns the coal, right? The coal plants. So essentially the fuel that they're putting in is at their cost to get it out of the ground and over to the plant. So that was the only way it was going to ever make sense for Hoosier to essentially give that plant over, right? So what it does for us, it gets us decommissioning. We don't have to pay for decommissioning costs anymore. So that 1/8 that I was showing you earlier, that is going to be different because the decommissioning costs are going to come out of that. There are some long-term stuff they were going to have to do on the employee assistance side of it that they're no longer going to have to do because Hallador essentially is taking over those employees. And then they're decommissioning. Oh, and then maintenance and ownership of the ash landfill. There's a ton of costs in that we no longer have to pay. So that fixed cost will come down based upon that whole Hallador deal. That's really the big benefit to us. And we are doing a PPA through the energy. Reason that's important is a lot of these projects, specifically the renewables with all the shortages and everything, this ensures that we have power to meet the capacity requirements of MISO for the near future, which, with materials and all that could be scary. So anyways, it shores up the reliability a little bit too. So I think it was really a win-win deal. Questions? All right.
Are you guys okay if I make mine like just 1 minute? We had a IC meeting last week. There was discussion about the strategic event that occurred for that. There were 4 or 5 different questions that were getting a lot of different responses. What is the biggest headache facing your co-op today? Retention and development of employees is one of them. What's the biggest opportunities you foresee in 3 or 5 years? Broadband and EVs, but it was also a negative in some people's eyes because of the complications that revolve around them. We did have a presenter that talked to us a little bit about grant writing. It's a big deal. There's a lot of opportunities for us, I believe, as co-ops. We have breakout sessions. Really what we learned though is that not a lot of people utilize them. They don't have grant writers. And really what opportunities do we have? So I think IEC is supposed to come back to us and say, these are some of the opportunities that you may have. And hopefully they'll get back with us. John Gastrom does a weekly flyover. He calls it a weekly flyover, basically everything that's been accomplished from the previous week. He's asking me to send it out to you all if you're interested. You can let me know. You don't need to. And in the same way with the cooperative edge, I'm not sending that out to you very often, at least not for the last probably couple of years. But if you want to see that, let me know. If I don't hear from you, I won't worry about sending it to you. And that's my 2 minutes. Oh, there was a committee meeting with facilities. Yes, that's still ongoing. I don't know when a decision will be made, but the current lease is up in 26 months. So I'm sure there'll be something in the next few months. A decision made. So that's it for IEC. Any questions? I think the next thing, did we have anybody? Oh, no, we got the nominating committee. Suzanne and Jeff.
We'd be getting updated lists,
Updated list for
selecting nominating committee members.
good questions. Probably. Yeah, we can. Yeah. Yeah, because you probably have one. Well, do you even have one?
You wouldn't have one and mine's old.
I've never gotten a list. I just kind of email and see if they're in my district when I talk about them, but yeah, I would like a list.
Yeah, you need a list.
I've never had one.
Here's your list. Maybe somebody can grab out to them. Send it to them.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just seen you print it out and I'll come take it out.
That'll work. Maybe drop it off over next time. Any training? Jeff, did you end up going to training?
I ended up going to both days because of the weather, communication, new energy landscape and governance distribution.
And again, thing they stress is one size fits one and make decisions in the best interest of the members.
And did you do that virtually then, or did you?
Yes.
Oh,
No, they, because of the weather, they shut down the help.
I didn't hear you say that. I figured it. All right, anybody have anything else?
Same thing Jeff did.
Oh, you did that as well?
We did the same thing, one size fit one.
Okay. All right. I'll go first. Adjourn. Thanks, yeah. Wait. It's a motion. Be second. Just seconds. We're good, we're adjourned, but we will go into executive session. Maybe longer.